of the said directive. So, Mr. Speaker, I want that to be addressed as my first point. Second, Mr. Speaker, we know that we have a Minister for Works and Housing. This week, we heard of the tidal waves in the Volta region. The Assemblyman for Agaveji, Mr. Speaker, he has addressed the press by saying that the tidal waves destroyed 51 houses and displaced over 300. Yes, we have heard that Mr. President has visited the people, but Mr. Speaker, this thing goes beyond blankets, mattresses, and food.
So, Honourable Minority Leader.
Yes, please.
The points that you are raising, do you want it to find expression in the business statement?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Other than that, you would allow me to adopt the business statement so that you can raise it as a matter of public importance.
No, Mr. Speaker, with respect, not to challenge you, I'm only expressing a view. Normally, the practice, as I've come to know, is that it's an opportunity for us to raise these. Then, if the leader of government business finds it worthy of considering, and based on your directive, then the business statement gets amended. But if you rule it out, then we leave it as it is.
I would want to give you the opportunity to raise it as a matter of...
This particular one?
Yes.
Okay, then I will drop it and move to the next one.
So that after the business statement is adopted...
Mr. Speaker, I will oblige you. I will yield to that directive.
Yes.
So I will drop that point 2.
Yes.
And then move to my point 3.
That is so.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the point 3 has to do with a statement by a colleague of this House. And I would implore the leader of government business to again ferry these to the Minister of Finance to properly put this matter in context. Mr. Speaker, because it's a major matter. This is what Honorable Ampim has been telling the media, that he told the TV, Channel 1 TV and City News, that the government is going to reintroduce an alternative way to generate funds through a certain gap the government has identified in VAT. Meanwhile, the government is going to scrap the e-levy and betting tax. Mr. Speaker, he is not in charge of fiscal policy, but this is out there. We would want the leader of government business to get the finance minister to clarify this matter. Ghanaians are not ready for new taxes because this is what they themselves said whilst they were in opposition. Mr. Speaker, my next point has to do with the learned Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, I would also want to pray the leader of government business to invite the Attorney General to brief us on his directive to state investigative agencies to arrest people. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General himself granted an interview here to say that he authorized the arrest of Professor Amayo Kunfi. I've read Article 88 of the Constitution. The learned Attorney General does not have that power to order an arrest. His power has to do under Article 88(3). The Attorney General shall be responsible for initiation and conduct of all prosecutions of criminal offences. So, Mr. Speaker, this is very important. We earlier heard about Nolly Prosecutor that he said he took the decision without the president even knowing. Now he says that he is directed the NIB to arrest Professor Amayo Kufi. He himself said that to the press. Mr. Speaker, it is important that the respected Attorney General is brought before the House to address this all-important matter next week, because it is sending shivers down the spines of Ghanaians. That what is the position of our law, and is the Attorney General arrogating certain powers to himself outside of the Constitution. So I want him to put this matter to a peaceful rest. My final point, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader, how is the criminal proceedings initiated?
Very well. Mr. Speaker, per our laws, criminal proceedings in our courts, it starts with a state investigation authority. So in this case, we have the CID, we have the BNI. They are all under the Minister of Interior. These bodies that have the power to investigate, including FIC, including other institutions of state who have been given the power, investigate. Mr. Speaker, even if you come to the special prosecutor, our law granted him that independence, although he took his powers from the Article 88, but he doesn't report to the AG. So, Mr. Speaker, to hear that the AG says he has authorized the arrest for purposes of investigation makes one curious. And if he comes here, he can clarify. The fact that prosecution starts with investigation does not mean that the Attorney General is responsible for investigation, because investigation would have to be completed and the docket ferried to his office. It is at that point that as AG, he will now be seized with the matter, look at it whether or not it is prosecutable. But for the AG to order investigation, Mr. Speaker, I'm still learning. I am still learning. So I would put that across. The learned leader of government business can take it up. If he comes here and he says that by the constitutional powers he has, he can order investigation and direct the states to arrest people, let the record say so. But for now, I am curious, and I think he doesn't have those powers. But it's for him to come here and clarify. Mr. Speaker, my last point. I would want the leader of government business to get the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources to update this House on steps he is taking on this Galamsey issue, because he came to the House to make a statement about this Galamsey challenges. Mr. Speaker, we are hearing from the media that NDC party executives are mobilizing to frustrate the task force. He should come and update us how far he has dealt with this matter, because for now the task force is unable to do its work, to operate, and they are still destroying our water bodies. He should be programmed to come to this House to update the House on the status of the situation, because, Mr. Speaker, it's getting out of hand when they even blocked the Dunkwa Offin Bridge, will not allow the task force to cross, and there was confrontation. Mr. Speaker, I believe that these matters can properly be addressed by the minister if he is brought to this House, so that since it's within his purview, he would be able to address us on same. Mr. Speaker, I'll rest my case and leave it for leader of government business to address, and then we make progress. Thank you so much indeed.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader was at business committee meeting. He was at business committee meeting. and we discussed the agenda. You could have raised matters that you wanted to raise to be captured in the programming of the work of the Business Committee in the ensuing week. Nevertheless, the issues that you have raised, there are no matters that you are incapable of raising through the various media provided by our standing orders. Standing orders are clear. You can ask a question of the minister. If you ask a question of the minister will come here and provide the answers. You can make a statement on any of the matters. I don't see how the Business Committee will, based on your commentary that you have run, summon ministers to come and provide the information that you have requested. I think that we must avoid preferring to use media platforms to do our work when the rules are clear on how we should do the work. Let's take the issues one after the other. What the Deputy Minister nominee said is not a matter in relation to which this House should summon him to come and answer. He has been nominated to go to the Minister of Finance, and he has granted an interview and given some indications regarding government strategy, which will be in the budget. And the budget statement will be presented to us on Tuesday. So just bid your time. On Tuesday, you will hear exactly the details of what he meant. I know what he meant. I know, because I'm just coming from a cabinet meeting. I know what he's alluding to. On Tuesday, when he comes, when the Minister for Finance comes here, he will tell you exactly what the details of what the deputy nominee is alluding to. On the issue of the AG, Mr. Speaker, my junior, who has been a serious practitioner, and I commend him because he spends a lot of time practicing, knows that YOCO, the main investigative body for economic and financial crimes, sits under the aegis of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. So he can direct them to conduct investigations. He can direct them to conduct investigations. And when they conduct investigations and it is obvious that a crime is suspected to have been committed, he can direct that the person should be arrested. Except, of course, that those who go to effect the arrest must comply with the criminal procedure, code. That's all. At the time of effecting the arrest, did they or did they not comply with the criminal procedure code? Whoever directed the arrest, in fact, an ordinary citizen can direct arrest. I can go to the police station and report that I suspect that the former minister has committed an offense, he has committed a crime, and I have the evidence that he should be arrested. And if the police listen to me and see in my statement some basis for going to arrest him, they can go and arrest him. Of course, when he's arrested, he is also entitled to all his constitutional rights at the time of being arrested and subsequent to being arrested. So I'm surprised that you will be bringing this up today. If you have an issue, please ask a question of the minister and he will come and then he will respond. And as for the issue of the tidal waves, again, you can ask a question. You can ask a question of the Minister for Works and Housing, exactly what measures he is taking to deal with the matter long term. But you watch television, you listen to the news, and the President gave clear directives regarding resolving the matter long term. He directed the Minister of Finance to make budgetary provision for some infrastructure to be put in place there to deal with this problem. A sea defense project. He was clear. The President gave clear directives. So it is not you raising the issue today, that will lead to some decision on what to do. What to do has already been decided upon by the president and clear directives given. So you will add nothing to the exercise by raising it here. So please. And the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources came here, made a statement. Subsequent to the statement, he organized a conference of members of parliament for us to sit together, think through the problem, and strategize how to solve the problem. And this side of the house refused to attend. You refuse to attend. You refuse to attend. Such a matter as important as how to reclaim our environment, how to deal with the menace of Galamsey. A minister organized a conference and your side refused to attend. Now you are saying that the minister should come and tell us what he is doing. He told us at the conference what he will be doing. He told us. And you didn't come. So how would you know what he is going to do? How would you know what he is going to do and what we all agreed to do as members of parliament to assist the minister? So please, if you want to ask the minister a question so that he will come to the floor and answer, you can do so. But don't use the Friday discussion of business statements to introduce new matter all the time and convert it into a platform for making statements when you know clearly what the rules are. Mr. Speaker, he knows what to do, and I believe that he will be properly guided.
Honourable Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Day in, day out, we learn of new precedents, and it's good for Hansard under the Ayariga leadership. Mr. Speaker, I don't raise lame arguments. I always come fortified. Mr. Speaker, the issues are raised. Were all issues within the rules. If you read Order 91.1, Order 91.1, our rules provide, quote, the speaker may make a statement on any matter of interest to the House. Mr. Speaker, apart from the speaker hearing a matter and raising this to the House, a member may draw Mr. Speaker's attention to enable Mr. Speaker make a statement and make directives. Mr. Speaker, therefore, it is not only the tools of questions and statements that a member is limited to, but to bring also matters to your attention to make directive. The majority leader is aware that speakers after speakers have ruled on this issue of business statement. It is at large. I remember Honorable Chairman Sabonsu objected to business statement being a platform for members raising issues generally. He raised them under Okwe, he raised them under Bagbe. But on all of these occasions, the speakers ruled that no, these are important matters that the majority leader would have to take on board. So, Mr. Speaker, I am simply saying that what the Attorney General said, it was in respect of NIB, National Investigation Bureau. I was not talking about Yoko. That is why I didn't cite Yoko. I was being specific. But if as a member of parliament, I cannot bring a matter up for the leader to ferry same to the minister to make a statement on, then how else am I supposed to express my
Honourable
views?
Minority Leader, he made a statement which we should take seriously. That you are a member of the business committee, and some of the matters that you are raising, you have the platform to address those issues at a business committee, and then it will translate into the business statement before the House.
No, Mr. Speaker, that he is right, but in context, if I am a member of the committee and issues come up after the committee meeting, the right place to raise this issue is the House floor. But I've heard him. He knows that members are not limited. He knows it. Except that, Majority Leader, you are to pay attention to me. You know that members are not limited. So you cannot now claim that today, when you were the de facto legal advisor, should I bring your hands up? Should I? Today, Majority Leader, you say that we are limited, we shouldn't raise issues. When you were the de facto legal advisor in the middle bench, you raised several issues and you wanted the business committee to take them on board. What has changed? Mr. Speaker, I've raised them. It's for him to take them up. I rest my case.
Honourable members, the business statement for the 9-week ending 14th March 2025 as presented is hereby adopted. Honourable members, let me once again acknowledge the presence of Coalition for Youth Development in Ochimai, led by Honourable Akumene Yabua. You are welcome. You presented a petition. The clerk has received it for and on behalf of the Speaker of Parliament. Accordingly, issues contained in the petition will be addressed. Thank you for coming. Honorable members, we also have
Mr. Speaker.
Student from Rich Jane Educational Complex, led by Stephen Sashi, Head of Department. They are from Pung Kantamanso constituency, and they are 60 in number. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, don't worry, I'm taking note of every behavior. Honourable Ahmed, are you on your feet? Very well. Honourable members, by the business statement today, the Minister for Foreign Affairs has been rescheduled for next week. Questions accordingly has also been rescheduled. So can we move to item number 10? Item number 10, presentation of papers by the leadership of the House. Yes, Honorable.
I don't know what you and the clerk addressed, but members of parliament here are totally confused. You said a petition was, is going to do it. You said a petition, it's okay. My leader says that it looks like you are going to...
Well, I was of the view that since the petition is addressed to the Speaker, I just acknowledge their presence, that they have brought this petition, so that a copy of the petition addressed to Speaker himself, because his name has been specifically mentioned. It's not just addressed to, it's not just addressed to, so Honorable members, is for the purposes of acknowledging the members. Order. Honorable Befi, why are you up? Honorable Asafua, why are you up? Why are you on your feet? Honorable members, kindly resume your seats. Honorable members, resume your seats. Honorable members, kindly resume your seats. Honorable members, please resume your seats. Honorable members, may you kindly resume your seats. Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Majority Leader.
Right Honorable Speaker, my colleagues opposite, many of you have been in this House for the past 4 years, and you understand the style of the Right Honorable Speaker. You understand the style of the Right Honorable Speaker. You understand his style. Indeed, last week, in relation to another petition, he drew attention to the procedure for presenting petitions. He drew attention and cautioned that henceforth we should follow the procedure for presenting petitions. Here in this chamber last week I was here. I have presented petitions on behalf of petitioners in this House before. And the procedure is very clear. And you have a minority leader who was once a majority leader, got deposed as majority leader briefly, and then fought back to become a majority leader very briefly as well. And he understands the procedures. He knows how a petition is presented to this House. Please, it is becoming too much when we just sidestep our rules. We are supposed to be 276 people in this chamber. If we decide to sidestep the rules and everybody wants to do whatever he or she wants to do, this place will become ungovernable. Totally ungovernable. Please, the rules are clear. When you want to present a petition, what to do? I have heard the details of the petition on radio. I saw that they came to the House, they met the clerk, they presented it to the clerk, they read it before the clerk, he accepted it and said he will forward it to the Speaker. But that is not the procedure. You are here. If you feel strongly about the matter, you should encourage them to go through the procedure. If you recall, when those who were affected by the financial sector cleanup exercise, they marched here on a number of occasions with petitions. But none of the petitions was read on the floor of the House until they went to Speaker, and Speaker advised them that this is how you submit a petition. They came to me, and I then took them through the whole process. And Speaker took the petition, referred it to a special committee. The committee heard the parties, and then they presented a report, and then the House took some decisions relating to the report and directed the Minister of Finance to implement the recommendations of the committee. This is our procedure. So please, let's follow the procedure. I have no issue with any of you. You are citizens. You can bring your petition. But those who want to advocate on your behalf in this chamber know how you should come. So please, come properly. Come properly. Minority leader, you know how to come by petition to this house. Former Minister for Defense, you know how to come to this house. I heard it on radio. I heard it on radio. If I want to present it to the house, I'll follow the procedure. I'm saying that if I want to present the petition, I'll follow the procedure. You know.
Honorable,
you know
Nitiwood, I never read the petition. I acknowledge the people in the gallery that they have brought petition, but I never read any petition. You were seeking to ask what the petition is about. You understand? So if I acknowledge them that they have brought a petition, must you know what the petition is about before it is referred to the committee? No. We follow the procedure and refer the petition to the appropriate committee. And I've even indicated that the petition was specifically addressed to the Speaker. I will not be announcing it to the House before it gets to the Speaker. But for the purposes of acknowledging them at the public gallery, I made that particular statement. So, honorable member, let's follow the procedure in doing it. I will always say that when the procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, we need to follow the procedure in exercising the right. So I don't think acknowledging them in the public gallery should lead to the fact that the petition should be read to the House.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for acknowledging them. But Mr. Speaker, if a member of parliament were to walk out today and you are being asked that, oh, some people came to present a petition, what will we say? What are we going to say? You told us and acknowledged them that they brought a petition. So I walk out today and my friend were just to ask me, so some people came to present a petition to Parliament. The Speaker acknowledged them. What was the petition about? Mr. Speaker, what will I say? I don't know. I think that's wrong. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable
is it
members,
difficult to ask
let's
what the
make
petition
progress.
is about? Is it a secret or what? Is it a state secret? Or it's a security secret?
Honorable members, let's make progress. Honorable members, acknowledge the presence of pupils from Rich Jane Educational Complex, led by Stephen Seshi, Head of Department, Kung Akantamanso. Honorable members, can we take the item number 10? Before then, we also have students from La Masa and Patience International School, led by James Owusu, Mensa, Headmaster, Ekwapim North. They are 95 in number. Honourable member, can you resume your seat? Yes. Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, one more time, I want us to be properly guided on our rules. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader just spoke extensively on what he, in his view, is the right procedure to follow when it comes to presentation of petitions. Mr. Speaker, some few days ago, we had a group from the Volta region who presented a petition, and it was in connection with a statement that a member was overheard, allegedly to have made. The Speaker read the petition out to the House. He actually told the House what the petition was about. and made some further comments.
Honorable Minority Leader, I recognize the Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would want you to recognize him, but just a moment. Mr. Speaker, I think that the two of us should have a much more decent practice. I listened to him to make his point. At least he would have a right of being heard by you. So he should take note, but this interruption, it doesn't help matters. So I will plead with him. You should let me finish. I heard Mr. Speaker making some statement on the petition. So at least members in the House knew what the petition was about. A moment ago, Mr. Speaker, you said the petition is addressed to the Right Honorable Speaker himself. Therefore, you cannot even read or say anything about it to members. But Mr. Speaker, you are the one in the chair. You are presiding. It is not addressed to the Right Honorable Speaker in his personal capacity. It is not addressed to him in his personal capacity. So, Mr. Speaker, if members are asking you to at least share with them the content.
Honourable Member,
I do not think that.
Let me just place on record that it was addressed to the Speaker in his personal capacity. That's why I indicated that his name has been specifically mentioned. I said so, that his name has been specifically mentioned.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, if they address it to the Right Honorable Speaker and they say to his attention and they mention their name, I yield to you as a presiding officer. But it does not mean, in my view, most humbly, the fact that his name is there, in my view, does not mean that it is to him personally. However, that is your ruling. I won't belabor. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader says he's heard on radio about this petition. I have also heard, and I know the concerns of the petitioners regarding one of their own who was denigrated in this house. I believe that at least pointing that out, that indeed this is the petition, this is the title of it, you are not going into the details of it. Not at all. You are not. So, Mr. Speaker, there's precedence here. The other petition that was received some few days ago, a statement was made. The one presiding should at least be able to tell us what the petition is about. That's as simple as that. We are not saying he should get into the merits or otherwise.
Honourable Minority Leader, petition is governed by Order 99. And we all know the content of Standing Order 99. However, Parliament, we are masters of our own rules. So in the circumstances of this nature, whether the petition, by reading the petition out, should I, Honorable Minority Leader, read Order 99?
Mr. Speaker, first of all,
we can read. Just take your time. Let him make his point. Yes, he's going to.
Mr. Speaker, fortunately, this is the page. I'm there. I've been reading Order 99. This is where I am. The Order 99. So take your time. We'll get there.
He's making a very statement.
Mr. Speaker, if my colleagues would indulge me. Mr. Speaker, I referred to a petition that was received some few days ago. And I've referred to Hansard. Decisions and actions of speakers are part of precedent.
You see, Honorable Minority Leader, my
Mr. Speaker,
request is for you to read Order
Mr. Speaker,
99
may I make
so
my
that
point?
the entire
Don't
House...
worry, I will get there. I'm laying a foundation. I'm laying a foundation. Mr. Speaker, this petition is about a statement that was made when Honorable Murtala Mohammed was making a contribution on that commemorative day when J.B. Dankwa's statement was made, and made certain serious allegations against J.B. Dankwa, quoted a book. The family members are here petitioning Parliament, telling you that indeed those derogatory remarks are offensive. So, per Order 99(5), you are saying that the petition would have to go through a certain procedure. We are not challenging that. We know. Mr. Speaker, all we are saying is that, yes, upon informing the House that we are petitioners here and you haven't acknowledged them, what is it about? That is all. We are not saying that determine the matter here and now, because we all know that they are contesting the attack on a hero of this country. We are aware. The majority leader himself acknowledges that he heard it on radio.
He also heard it on radio.
The words that were used to describe,
with due respect, can we make progress?
It's our problem.
Members, I think we can make progress.
Mr. Speaker, just to correct the records, the communication from the Speaker last week was not as a result of the petition. It wasn't as a result of the petition. Let me tell you that whilst he was abroad, when the comment was made in this chamber, he called me and he told me he was going to make a formal communication. It just coincided that the petitioners were in the chamber that day, and just as you recognize them, just as you have recognized them, he recognized them, but then he made it known that petitions are not presented that way. Any member of Parliament, and that member of Parliament will go according to Order 99, and that is how a petition is formally brought before this House. He said so. I was there. You were here. Why do you try to misinform, to say the least, because people are watching us, they are learning our practices. So we should communicate properly what our practice is, so that tomorrow, if there are other petitioners out there, they will understand how petitions are presented to this House. But when the Speaker has told the whole world how petitions are presented, some people come and they don't comply with it, and we are drawing attention that, look, this is how it should be done. Admit that that is how it should be done. We have a long day today. Today is Friday, we have a long day.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, it is very rich. He only had one side and said that he was going to investigate only one side. Because, Mr. Speaker, the other side against J.B. Dankwa of blessed memory was even set into the records. So for the majority leader to say that the Speaker's comment only coincided with the petition, and that the Speaker had called him on phone whilst abroad to say that he was going to investigate the other side, makes it very rich. And I find it very curious, because somebody, a member of parliament, described J.B. Dankwa in very unpalatable words and used certain language against his person, referred to a book which never described J.B. Dankwa as such. So if the majority leader is now telling us that the Speaker didn't hear that one and only heard the other and promised to investigate, then we leave it to posterity.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, with all due respect, can we make progress? Please, let's look at item numbered 10.
Mr. Speaker, the item is not ready yet. The Committee on Selection was supposed to meet. We haven't met yet. So when we meet, we'll bring the report. We want to do that today. So, Mr. Speaker, if it is possible for you to take your reports, as the appointment committee reports, number 12.
Honourable members, let's take the item number 12, motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provision of Order 104.1 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 certain days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the 12 reports of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as Minister of State and Deputy Ministers may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion is moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. The motion has been moved and seconded. Honourable members, the question is, as many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Motion number 13.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House adopt the 12th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President nomination for the appointment of Ministers of State and Deputy Ministers. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I would like to make a few comments on the report and then ask the Hansard to capture the rest of the report. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, the 11th of February 2025, His Excellency the President, John Dramani Mahama, in accordance with Article 78(1) and 79(1) of the 1992 Constitution, formally submitted to Parliament the nomination of the following honourable members of Parliament for ministerial and deputy ministerial appointment. Honourable Lydia Lamisi Akanbariba, MP, Minister of State Designate for Public Sector Reforms. Honourable Thomas Nyako Ampim, MP, Deputy Minister Designate for the Ministry of Finance. Honourable Ebenezer Oklete Telabi, MP, Deputy Minister Designate for the Ministry of Interior. Honourable Samson Ai, MP, Deputy Minister Designate for the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. And Honourable Dr. Clement Abbas Apak, MP, Deputy Minister Designate for the Ministry of Education. And Honourable Richard Jan Mensah, MP, Deputy Minister Designate for the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition. And Honourable John Kofi Seto Demelo, Deputy Minister Designate for the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Mr. Pursuant to Order 217 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, the Right Honourable Speaker referred the nomination to the Appointment Committee for vetting and subsequent submission of the report to the House for consideration. Mr. Speaker, this report presents the findings and recommendations of the Appointment Committee regarding His Excellency the President's nomination for the ministerial and deputy ministerial appointment in accordance with Article 78(1) and 79(1) of the 1992 Constitution and Standing Orders 217 of Parliament. The 7 nominees mentioned were considered. The committee conducted a thorough vetting process which included a review of the nominees' qualification, professional background, responses to key names in the media. The vetting process also involved the publication of the names in the media to allow for public input, as well as review the confidential report from the relevant security authorities. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the provision of Article 71(1) and Article 79(1) of the 1992 Constitution, as well as the Standing Orders 217, the committee duly considered the nomination of the candidate by His Excellency the President. Throughout the vetting process, the nominees demonstrated competence, knowledge, and expertise in matters relating to their respective ministries. Having thoroughly assessed their qualifications, experience, and response, the committee, by consensus, recommends to the House the adoption of the report and the approval of the following nominees: Honorable Lydia Lamisi Akanvariba as the Minister of State Public Sector Reforms, Honorable Thomas Nyako Ampim as Deputy Minister of Finance, Honorable Ebenezer Clete Telabi as Deputy Minister for Interior, and Honorable Samson Ayi as the Deputy Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Honorable Dr. Clement Apak as the Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Education. Honorable Richard Janmensa as the Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition. And Honorable John Kofi Setodomelo as the Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. Motion moved by the chairman of the committee. Any seconder?
Honourable Speaker, we second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Any indication as to the number of comments we are taking? Very well. Very well. Honourable members, it is now for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, the motion is moved and seconded. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. This House adopts the motion and accordingly approve the nomination of Honorable Lydia Lamisi Akamvariba, Minister of State for Public Sector Reform, Honorable Thomas Nyako Ampim, Deputy Minister for Finance, Honorable Ebenezer Oklite Telabi, Deputy Minister for Ministry of Interior, Honorable Samson Ahi, Deputy Minister for Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, Dr. Clement Abbas Apak, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Education, Honorable Richard Jan Mensa, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Energy, Honorable John Kofi Seto Dumelo, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Honourable members, the Speaker should take the chair. This is the one. Yes, I have it. I have my copy. You have your copy. Okay.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, want to take the opportunity to thank Mr. Speaker and honorable members for adopting the 12 reports of the appointment committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please, I have a message from His Excellency the President, and I need to read it to the House. The message is dated 7th March 2025, and it reads, Right Honorable Speaker, notice of absence from Ghana. Pursuant to Article 59 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, I write to formally inform you of my intention to travel to Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso from 8th to 10th March 2025. During my absence, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, assume my duties. John Dramani Mahama, signed. Leaders, what is the guidance?
Right, Honorable Speaker, we have to take the 13th report, the motion numbered 14.
Leadership of the minority, what do you say to that?
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I've just been served with a copy of the report, so yes, I just got served with a copy of the report, so I do not know your pleasure, right, Honorable Speaker, but I just got served.
Yes, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker, a copy of this report was distributed since Wednesday. The committee met on it in the morning. We went through the report, approved it, and it was laid on Wednesday and copies distributed.
Yes, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I pray we proceed to have it seconded. Although I was just served with a copy, just for the purposes of discussions with the First Deputy Speaker. I remember there was a certain engagement on this, so my prayer is that we could proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Honorable Members, item 1.4 at page 5 of the order paper. Chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 1041 of standing orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given, the motion for the adoption of the 13th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as Ministers of State and Deputy Ministers may be moved today. Right, Honorable Speaker, I so move.
Any seconder?
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker, I second the movement.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Being a procedural motion, I proceed to put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. So we move to the substantive motion, which is item 1.5. Chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House adopts the 13th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as Deputy Ministers. Right, Honorable Speaker, in doing so, I present your committee's report. Right, Honorable Speaker, your committee's report captures the vetting questions and answers on the following ministers designate. Honorable Alassane Saibu Soini as Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways. Dr. Justice Ramsai, Deputy Minister for Justice and Attorney General. Honorable Alhaji Yusuf Suleimana, Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Honorable Yusuf Isaka Jaja, Deputy Minister for Tourism and Culture, Creative Arts. Honorable Ritana Odole Sowa, Deputy Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Honorable Gisela Akushika Tete Agbotui as Deputy Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources, and Mr. Ernest Broja-Jemfi as Deputy Minister for Defense. Right, Honorable Speaker, questions were respectively posed to these ministers designate, and they have answered the questions, and the report is 88 pages report, and the report captures all questions posed to the ministers, the answers given, and I'll urge the Hansard Department to capture same as having been read. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee was unanimous on Honorable Alassane Saibu Soini, Honorable Ernest Broja-Jemfi, Honorable Gisela Akushika Tete, Honorable Ritana Odole Sowa. However, on Dr. Justice Ramsai, Honorable Alhaji Yusuf Suleimana, Honorable Yusuf Isaka Jaja, it was by a majority decision of the committee, since at that time the minority staged a walkout. Right, Honorable Speaker, I so submit.
Any seconder?
Duly seconded, right, Honorable Speaker.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. I proceed to put the question. Honorable members, all those in favor of the adoption of motion number 15, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion numbered 15 on the order paper is accordingly adopted, and the House has therefore proceeded to grant prior approval for His Excellency to appoint the following nominees to the various portfolios. We have from your report the first name being Dr. Justice Ramsai as Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General. Then Honorable Alhaji Yusuf Suleimana as Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. And then Honorable Yusuf Isaka Jaja as Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. We also have Honorable Alassane Saibu Suhini as Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Roads and Highways. And Honorable Retana Odule Sowa as Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. We have Honorable Gisela Akushika Teta Agutui as Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources. And finally, we have Mr. Ernest Broja Jemfi as Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Defense. Honorable members, with this prior approval, I will proceed to communicate your decision to His Excellency the President for the instruments of appointment to be issued to our colleagues as decided by you. I thank you so much for a good job done. This is a very comprehensive report. We now move on to, yes, is there any Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, we had programmed to take a few more speakers on the motion to thank the President for presenting the State of the Nation to this House, and then leadership will wind up. And we're also hoping that we'll hold a meeting of the Committee on Selection, have the report so that we could take that because of the budget presentation next week, Tuesday, when you may be referring aspects of the budget to the various committees. So, Mr. Speaker, for now, if we could take a few more speakers.
Yes, minority.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we agreed at conclave that it would be 6-6, and then leadership would run it up as 7. Yes.
Ready? So, Mr. Speaker, the strategy at the Business Committee meeting, which we want to suggest to you, is to crave your indulgence so that we will have the debate continue so that you can indulge us and convene a meeting of the Committee of Selection, approve your report, so that we can have it played whilst the debates are ongoing, and then we can come back, take the committee reports, by which time they would have exhausted the list of contributors to the debate, and then we can wind up as leaders and also adopt the report of your committee.
I advise that the leaders, I don't know who you assigned at the Committee of Selection level, to go through the last disagreement as to the leadership of some committees. It was brought to my attention by the secretary to the committee, and I have given some directives. This morning I called him. He said he hadn't yet heard from the leaders on those. There were about just between 7 to 14 committees or so. There's still no agreement as to who should chair and who should rank. And so it was brought to my attention, and I gave the directive to the secretary. I think he submitted it to the leadership, and he's not got the feedback.
Mr. Speaker, I believe under your chairmanship, we'll be able to resolve those matters.
You want us to do that at the meeting?
I think so, Mr. Speaker.
No
With
problem.
your guidance, we will easily resolve
So we will start this. Yes, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just to concur that under your leadership, we are able to resolve all these matters. So
No problem.
we're rather subject to.
Okay, we'll go on. I will start then, and the members of the Committee on Selection, we could then move to finalize that and then come back to the House. So I'll start the debate, and then the second Deputy Speaker is available to continue. If he's tired, the first is also available to take over again. So let's move on to the motion on the SONA, and that is item Item 11 at page 4 of the order paper, that this Honorable House thanks His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation which he delivered to Parliament on Thursday, 27 February 2025. It's been moved, seconded, and a number of you have contributed. I have a guide here from leadership of both sides, and I'll start from the majority side, and the first person on the list is Honorable David Vondi. The time allocation, I'm informed, is 10 minutes each. It's been reduced from 15 to 10. Is that the case? 10 minutes.
I thought it has been taken back to 15.
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
10 minutes as a guide. Yes, Honorable Member, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this beautiful opportunity to contribute to the motion, and to thank His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for the State of the Nation's address. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama delivered the State of the Nation's address so perfectly and timelessly. Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot of people talk about these State of Nations address. I thank Mr. President. Those who want to raise issues are raising. But, Mr. Speaker, I looked at the State of the Nations address in terms of infrastructure, and I realized that the previous administration destroyed the fabrics of infrastructure of this country. And I thank His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for making a very bold statement that is going to rebuild this country and will rebuild this country properly. I have heard that, our debt stock, is raising to something around 721 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, let us all know that that's not the only money that the previous administration got. These monies we are mentioning do not include the oil revenues that came in, or the e-levy money they got, or the tax, bet tax they got, and all the other revenues that they got. No. But the point is, what did they use the money for? Mr. Speaker, Take a very typical program, housing program like Segleme, Mr. Speaker. Segleme, before His Excellency John Dramani Mahama left power 2016, Segleme alone we've built 1,502 houses. And then their complaint was that the Segleme was too expensive, Mr. Speaker. And that is not true. At the time those houses were built, $200 million, Mr. Speaker, even their own Minister of State at the time they were in government, Atasha, paid part of that money. $7 million. But look at it. Come with me and take your calculators and let's compute. Put $200 million to 1,502 houses. You are looking around $130,000. At that time, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama's economy, $1 was 4 cedis. So that gives you only about 520,000 Ghana cedis. You can't say that house was too expensive. And so workers could have those houses. Unfortunately, when you took power, you destroyed this economy, send the cedi to 17 cedi to $1. That is why you were shouting that the houses were expensive. Mr. Speaker, recently before they left power, Mr. Speaker, they had decided to sell Segleme housing. When you came, you never built one house. Yet the little that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama built, you decided to sell it. Mr. Speaker, go there. We went to that side. I was part of Works and Housing Committee 2023. We went there, and it was horribly, placed. Mr. Speaker, all the fittings, all the electricals, all the wiring, all the glasses that were fixed on these houses were removed, all because they wanted to paint pictures that the houses were not good and that they needed so much money to complete those houses, so that they can have opportunity to sell it. Mr. Speaker, go there and see the houses now. Unfortunately, you did not even build one. Mr. Speaker, our roads. Mr. Speaker, our road. 2 weeks ago, the minority, almost all of them, filed a question, including you. You filed a question, and you were asking Honorable Minister of Road and Highway, Mr. Agboja, that your road were deteriorated, they should come and fix. I thought you said you had completed all the roads in Ghana. So why were you asking him to come and fix your roads? Mr. Speaker, the fact is that we had a government, which of course is the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government and Bawumia's government, who came and destroyed the infrastructure of this country and never added one. Mr. Speaker, Agenda 111.
Honorable members, I thought the understanding was that there should not be interruptions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your protection.
He interrupted. Leadership, or is it everybody or leadership are allowed to stand for and on behalf of the caucuses if there is any such interruption to be made, or just any person? Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, the understanding is that there should be no interruption. That's the understanding. And we have only used leadership since we started for interruptions. So he can pass his objections to his leader. It's an understanding we have. If we start doing that, this debate will degenerate. So if you have something really a strong objection, you can pass it through your leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Ordinarily, there wouldn't have been any intervention from our side, but when the one on the floor, the honorable member on the floor, is making statements which are misleading and untrue and actually defamatory, there is the need for us to call the right honorable speaker's attention to that. And I'm sure that was why my colleague stood up to catch your eye on that.
Thank you very much for your protection.
Mr. Speaker, I haven't said anything yet. Honorable members, you know the rule of the House is that at any time the House could suspend the operation of any of the standing orders as contained on the standing orders of Parliament. And so if it is a decision of the House or even an understanding that there should be no interruption, that will be a guide to the Speaker. The Speaker can abide by it, or the Speaker will proceed to enforce it. Now, if there's a window that it should be passed through the leaders, that will be observed. As at now, I'm not clear on it, but the last time I presided, I did not allow interruptions. I wanted the debate to flow. And so I'll advise that we do that. Note down the points you disagree. When is your opportunity? And with the numbers that we have, I'm sure a lot of you will get the opportunities to do that. Then you can raise your objection or disagreement. Please let the debate flow. Yes, so Honourable Member, you can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your direction and your protections. 2nd August 2023, PPA approved the sale of Seglema Housing. Mr. Speaker, it was the MPP government that was on power, and they approved the sale of Seglema Housing. Mr. Speaker, they've never built any housing project for the past 8 years that they were in government, Mr. Speaker. I know what I was talking about. Mr. Speaker, road. Mr. Speaker, the members of Parliament on the other side filed many questions 3 weeks ago, and they were throwing questions at the Honorable Road and Highway Minister about their road. Yet they told Ghanaians that they have constructed all the roads in this country. So which of the roads that were you talking about that they should construct for you? Mr. Speaker, from here to London, Mr. Speaker, from here to London, you won't do 13,000 kilometers. Nana Dodako Akufo-Addo claimed he has constructed more than 13,000 kilometers. A check revealed that he did only 600. The rest were potholes that he patched. Yet you sat in this chamber throwing questions and so forth and so on that they should do your road. Which of the roads were you saying they should do for you? Mr. Speaker, Ajada 111. Nana Dodako Akufo-Addo, after paying $400 million on Agenda 111, not even one of the hospitals that they claim they are building is operationalized and have people going there to take medical service. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, after $400 million, why are you doing this to our country? Mr. Speaker, even if you share each hospital at $11 million, at least 36 of these hospitals must be ready, must be operationalized. Where is the money? Mr. Speaker, let us continue to commend His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. You see our economy. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama would have said that, oh, we've also won the election. Let us celebrate. After all, you know, this independence celebration, 68th independence celebration would have been one of those things. But Mr. Speaker, look at the modesty that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama introduced into the celebration of this Independence Day. It tells you somebody who loves Ghana. Mr. Speaker, $11 million was paid for Pualugu Dam when there was no even sand at the site. Mr. Speaker, I heard the former finance minister saying that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is terminating and that he's a terminator one. Don't worry, you've not seen anything yet. Mr. Speaker, the Pualugu Dam, those who chop that money will be terminated. Mr. Speaker, you see the Agenda 111, $400 million. You will account for it. If you don't, termination. Mr. Speaker, you see the most expensive hole that is dug in Accra. Mr. Speaker, you see the cathedral. the most expensive hole in the whole of West Africa. Mr. Speaker, do you know one of the most shameful aspects of that hole? They went to Israel to go and import stone, a huge gravel stone. They carried it, paid money for it to come and put. Are you building voodoo house? Mr. Speaker, that is more than $50 million. Wallahi, termination. We will terminate you if you don't pay that money. Now let me advise you. Those of you who stole money, Oral Chairman is here, and I am so happy he's here. Those of you who took money, you better go and bring money and go and give it to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama quietly. Otherwise, termination would happen. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama built 73 schools within 4 years. 73 within 4 years.
Honorable Member. Mr.
Speaker.
1 minute more.
Mr. Speaker, 73 schools within 4 years. His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and the MPP, they built 0 schools within 4 years. 8 years, 0. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity. But to remind Ghanaians that the NDC government will come and prepare this economy, wallahi. Like His Excellency John Dramani Mahama said, he will build the economy like the way he solved the Dumsok. Then after that, Ghanaians should not go and give this country to the country reckless again, destroyers again. Let us continue to have faith in the NDC and the NDC government so that this country will progress. Giving the country to the MPP is a sign of destroying this country, and the country will not progress. Trace them from Nkrumah side and look at our independence today. Would have been progressing if Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo did not come and destroy whatever His Excellency Dramani Mahama did in 2016. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member, you were timed off long ago, so your mic was not on for some time.
Then let me take it again.
Yes, Honorable Member, it's now the turn of Honorable Osei Nyako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion to thank His Excellency the President for delivering his State of the Nation address as the Constitution requires. Mr. Speaker, I just listened to my colleague who just spoke, and he made some unfounded claims and allegations which, in my opinion, as a House of Records, we should not allow such to remain in official reports. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't have responded to some of the issues that he raised. I would have gone straight to make my comment. But it is important to address one of 2 issues that he raised. The first one is he talked about His Excellency the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his government claiming that they have constructed over 13,000 kilometers of road. Mr. Speaker, I want to put on records, and I want us to settle this matter for good. I think there have been some kind of erroneous interpretations and some kind of misinformation going on as to how many kilometers of road that were constructed by the MPP government. Mr. Speaker, I find it very disturbing that even my colleague who is now happens to be the Minister of Roads, Honorable Governors, my former ranking member, sought to also repeat the same comment or the same misinformation that they are putting out. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Roads and Highways always and had been, they have how they categorizes all their project or construction activities as a ministry. So you cannot just go to the ministry and say you are looking for the number of roads constructed and they just quote a figure for you without giving classification or categorization of it. Mr. Speaker, there are eight categorization of road activities at the Ministry of Roads and Highways. If you go, and the technical people will tell you. We have regraveling, we have resealing, we have asphaltic overlays, we have reconstruction, we have rehabilitation. These are all road activities. Mr. Speaker, every road in this country, except those that they are yet to be engineered, are captured as existing road in this country. You cannot tell me that the reconstruction of Asamankasi Road to Akroso, it is not a road that has been constructed. Then you don't understand what road construction means. That is what I'm telling you. The reconstruction is part of construction activities of the ministry. Listen, if you don't know, just listen to me. Let me teach you. Let me teach you. If we are talking about resealing, let me teach you. Okay? Let me teach you. Maybe you don't know, so let me teach you. So I am teaching you. It doesn't matter. If he is an engineer, then he should know. He should be able to know better. That there are classification or categorization of roadworks at the ministry. And therefore you cannot tell me that in any case, during your time, when you did a total of 4,700 kilometers of road, regraveling was part of it, asphaltic overlay was part of it, resealing was part of it, reconstruction was part of it, rehabilitation. Do you understand this kind of words? What does it mean? So when you come here, you create some kind of impression. Let me even say that we are taking out of graveling or graveling from even the 13,000 kilometers that we are talking about. We still have 7,000. We still beat the 4,700 that your government did. So when you come here, don't come and make any unfounded claims and some kind of allegations. Mr. Speaker, when the MPP government took over power, the then NDC government has gone for a loan of about 1.5 billion from UBA using road fund. Mr. President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama came to this house and said we could not pay even those who have done small job, 2,000. Which money were you expecting the road fund to use it? When you have encumbered all the money, you have encumbered 1.5 and quarterly 200 million that was supposed to accrue to the road fund were being used, were channeled to pay for these loans. It took President Akufo-Addo and his government to reinvest this loan that they have taken so that they will be able to extend the repayment period, reduce the interest on it so that we can get some money. Do you know how much was coming into the road fund? Do you know how much was coming to the road fund after the refinancing? That was the only amount that the government was using to be, so it was not sufficient. So you don't come here and create impression. Now I want to move to I want to move to commitment. There have been several brouhaha surrounding commitment. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity also to tell my friends there and tell Mr. President that commitments are not outstanding liabilities in the books that the ministry is going to pay. So when they come here and they create the impressions, oh, we have 105 billion commitment. These are some of the roads that the last time I challenged the minister here that you should go back and do a better audit on those ones. By the time he finishes, he complete those audits, you will see that most of the contracts that were even given, he has to cancel, terminate all of them. So these are not commitment that liabilities that. So Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the minister, Mr. President, also talks about drip machine. I find it so disingenuous that the Mr. President, who spoke vehemently against the drip project, now instructing. He did not only even spoke, he even impugned some corruption in the process. Mr. Speaker, now the president said that they should take the machines from the district to the regional capital. The intention was to help the district to be able to fix the bad road. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to
Thank you very much.
The motion. Thank you.
Let me listen to now the deputy, even though we've not been sworn in, but Deputy Minister for Roads and Highway designate. You have 10 minutes.
Pushing the thing inside. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to commend His Excellency the President for the brilliant delivery of the State of the Nation address done last week. Mr. Speaker, my colleague a while ago was strenuously trying to defend the indefensible. Mr. Speaker, it is not in this chamber that we will be taught the different classifications of roadworks. Yes. Mr. Speaker, what is contentious is the fact that His Excellency the President, the former President, Nana Akufo-Addo, stated categorically, Mr. Speaker, and with your permission I will quote, that some 10,875 kilometers of new roads have been constructed in these 5 years, quote and unquote. Mr. Speaker, the emphasis was and has always been in our debate on new roads. That is what the President said. And so we are not uneducated about the classifications of road constructions, whether regraveling or, we are not uneducated. But we are saying that the President was wrong when he said that he had constructed 10,000 kilometers new roads. Because if that were the case, President Akufo-Addo, I mean, if that were the case, we would not have had my boss having to field the many questions that he was asked to answer only last week Friday. Many members would have had their roads done already. But Mr. Speaker, I want to thank His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, but to also indicate to this House and to the Ghanaian public the message of the nation that His Excellency President Mahama, unfortunately perhaps because of his nature, did not deliver. The state of the nation, he did not deliver. Mr. Speaker,
His Excellency President Mahama, after 4 years in government, was voted out. And after 8 years of experiencing Nana Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the people of Ghana came to a conclusion that his 4 years was better. And so out of 276 constituencies, he won 217 constituencies. He won in 217 constituencies. A vote of confidence in his last 4 years. Mr. Speaker, the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, unlike the president we had before, in this SONA did not boast about the margin of his victory. One state of the nation he did not speak about. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama again did not speak about the fact that ever since he took over, he has not had a V8 carrying a special chair for him wherever he goes as President of the Republic of Ghana. That state of the nation today was not captured in the President's delivery. Mr. Speaker, like I indicated, I want to talk about the state of the nation His Excellency John Dramani Mahama did not deliver. Mr. Speaker, no V8 carrying a special chair. He did not speak about it. Mr. Speaker, again, we have seen His Excellency the President attend national functions where chiefs are adorned in their traditional clothing, trying to rise up for him, and he has asked them to sit down so that he will come and greet them, because that is magnanimity. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency in his State of the Nation address failed to, report this as a new state of this country. Mr. Speaker, I commend His Excellency the President for all the things he said, but I'm also amazed that he did not report about how governance or government has become very responsive. He did not report on how government has become very responsive. Mr. Speaker, only when he took over, we noticed that senior high schools were going to be closed down because they did not have food. Mr. Speaker, you have seen the videos online. The school children are now being properly fed. That is a president who is responsive. That is a government that is responsive to the national need. Mr. Speaker, the president did not speak on this. Mr. Speaker, there was also a bridge that, frustrated children who used that bridge to access education in this country. The Ghana Armed Forces has since immediately moved in to fix that bridge. The Speaker, in labor there were labor negotiations for the first time in a very long time. You had the sitting president leave the comfort of his office and go to join labor to negotiate a base pay for workers in this country. Mr. Speaker, that is magnanimity, and that was missing in the State of the Nation address. Even as I commend him for all that he said, I am amazed that he did not capture all of this in his State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President is also empowering a lot of young people, never seen before. In his government, the difficult choice of picking 60, given the overwhelming support and votes that he got in this country, he still managed to ensure that young people were given opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be one of them, and I thank him very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, again, if you go to our institutions, state institutions, you find a lot of young people who have been given the opportunity. It is my hope that these young people will live up to expectation and give another reason why young people should be given the opportunity to serve in various roles in this country. Mr. Speaker, the President again failed to report on this matter, perhaps because of his nature and his magnanimity. Mr. Speaker, Hajj fairs. Mr. Speaker, Hajj fairs have been of concern to many Muslims in this country.
Honorable Suhini.
Yes.
We are talking about the statement. So those ones he didn't find it necessary to mention. What?
Mr. Speaker, I am saying that you see, Mr. Speaker, when our colleagues on the opposite side rise up, they talk about some of the things that the president didn't speak about and they consider important, and it is allowed. Mr. Speaker, I'm also highlighting some of the things that he didn't speak about that I consider important. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that Hajj have been drastically reduced. And Mr. Speaker, the amazing part is that it didn't even have to take a Muslim in the office of the president or a Muslim in the office of the vice president for this to be done. That's the beauty of this country. It is not about your faith. It's not about your religion. It's about your convictions. And so I am happy that under his watch, Hajj fares have been drastically reduced, even though the president did not capture this in his State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, again, only a couple of weeks ago, before he came here for the SONA, he had commissioned, he had helped through the Ghana Airports Company, had commissioned, cut salt for the construction of a special terminal that will process Hajj pilgrims. Mr. Speaker, that again didn't have to take a Muslim at the presidency or a Muslim at the vice presidency for this to happen. That is the beauty of this country, and that's the beauty of the relationship and the opportunities that we give each other regardless of faith. Mr. Speaker, he also did not touch on the fact that he is forming the leanest government ever. Mr. Speaker, 60 ministers, 60 including regional and deputy ministers, and he has not even done the 60 yet. It's still 56. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, I heard my colleague the other day talk about other government appointees. Mr. Speaker, clearly, if you pick President Akufo-Addo's 2002 report, that is before this House, when he was reporting on staffing at the presidency, about 44, Mr. Speaker, I'm wrapping up. About 44, appointees at the presidency were senior presidential staffers. So if we were to go by the logic of my friend Honorable Samuel Abujinapo the last time he spoke, then we will be talking about 300 appointees of Nana Akufo-Addo. If we are going to compare based on the analysis that he did, that senior presidential staffers are at the level of ministers. Mr. Speaker, the last report, 2022, that Nana Akufo-Addo presented to this House on staffing at the presidency, about 44 of them were senior presidential advisors. And after that, about 138 of them were presidential advisors. Should we add this to the about 100 ministers that he had appointed, then you'll be talking about 300 ministers of state. Mr. Speaker, we also had a very modest Independence Day celebration.
Thank you.
In my district, I was informed that a budget of 66,000 Ghana cedis had been cut down to about 20,000 Ghana cedis. That is commendable, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so
much. On this note, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, I believe we will go through the debate the way we have started. I'm not going to entertain any interjections. We have respected ourselves. Let's move on that way. Let me come to Honourable Dr. Ayew Afriye. Doc, you have 10 minutes.
Yeah, Right Honourable Speaker, thank you for allowing me to take my time on the motion to thank the President. As on page 4 of the order paper, in line with the Constitution provision of Article 67 and the Standing Order 72. Mr. Speaker, as this is the first address by the President, I would want to touch base with the manifesto of the NDC, which would actually influence the direction of the budget. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the manifesto of the NDC in page 108, touching on sustainable funding for health services. Mr. Speaker, there are 6 pillars of health systems that governs and runs health systems all over the world. And financing is a very critical one. And that is why I stand to use the manifesto of the NDC in page 108. Mr. Speaker, I said, the next NDC government would explore innovative and alternative ways of funding the health sector and prioritize allocations by establishing 1, the Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund to support the cost of care for persons with chronic diseases such as kidney failures, dialysis, cancers, and heart diseases. Number 2, to decollateralize the NHIA and ensure the total revenue 100% is given them. Mr. Speaker, conspicuously missing from the President's State of the Nation address was number 2 of his own manifesto promise
which is to uncap the NHIA, I have a strong feeling that something is changing, and nobody spoke about it, because healthcare finance is a very topical issue, and for him not to have mentioned number 2, but touch base on number 1, I'm looking forward to a certain inconsistency, and somebody is trying to play smart or act smart, and definitely eyes are watching. Now, Mr. Speaker, I go back to the item 1 on their manifesto, which is establishing the Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund to support the cost of care for persons with chronic diseases such as kidney failure, into bracket dialysis, cancers, and heart diseases. Mr. Speaker, do we need to establish a medical trust fund to look at these diseases, or a medical trust fund to raise funds to support Medicare in terms of health financing? Mr. Speaker, listening to the President, his emphasis was non-communicable diseases. Mr. Speaker, may I say and put on record that the vote on account or the expenditure in advance of appropriation that was done in this House took care a budget of 57 million that will take care of all dialysis patients in this country. Now, the estimated cost of care was between 20 to 57, but the minister provided an upper ceiling, and that was because the pricing unit of NHIA has made recommendations in September, and it was approved by the board. And so, if you are going to establish a trust to be able to finance dialysis, which has been provided for already, I stand to say that this is an error, and this resetting is dangerous and cannot be tolerated and cannot be done. Mr. Speaker, may I go also to say that it's provided for heart diseases. Heart diseases are already indicated in the budget, in the NHIA benefit package. And therefore, I don't get why there must be a need for a Ghana Medical Trust Fund, and which is already being financed. In terms of cancer, Mr. Speaker, breast cancers has been included. In those days when they were in government, there was none. Whether the resetting will mean they will take it off, I don't know. But breast cancers is being taken care of. Cervical cancers is being taken care of. Mr. Speaker, all the 4 leading causes of death of cancer for children has been taken care of. I don't know what this medical trust will do, because it's already in the package. Mr. Speaker, may I go to Agenda 111? The President said 3 of them, is it 1 or 3 is operational? Mr. Speaker, in terms, none is operational. Mr. Speaker, for all those not operational, they need staff to be posted. The responsibility of posting of staff is not with us. It is with you. You have to post staff there and get it operational. Mr. Speaker, between Swami to Bole Bamboy, those days when the former president was there was only a micro or a mini clinic that was in Bole. Mr. Speaker, on that stretch from Swami to Efija Kabre, Offenso, Wenchi, Bole, Wa, there was only a micro clinic. By virtue of the Agenda 111, there is a project ongoing in Swami, in Efija Kabre South, in Efija Kabre North, in Offenso South, in Offenso North, in Techiman, in Wenchi, and even in Bole Bamboy. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about financing. 400 million has gone into it. Yes, 400 million of dedicated financing from ABFA. ABFA. But you are saying that the private sector should take care of that. Mr. Speaker, they must demonstrate commitment to financing from the budget. The same ABFA that the MPP use, they can also make an allocation in this budget from ABFA. Apart from that, may I say, you go for concessionary loans. You are asking for PPP, which is good. I am into the private sector in healthcare financing. If you give me the opportunity, I'll take the juicy ones in the capital cities. What will happen to the rural folks who need healthcare the most? That is what I'm talking about. Mr. Speaker, there is no option than the NDC government, led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to make some provision in this budget from ABFA to continue Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, Agenda 111 or Onuado healthcare as in the budget page, as in the NDC manifesto page 104. It's no substitution for Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, the Onuado vans as in the manifesto is allowing vans to go to deprived areas to provide specialist care and co. This is contradictory, extremely contradictory to a permanent measure of providing healthcare in all areas. We're talking about universal healthcare coverage by 2030, making healthcare affordable, accessible, available to all. It's not in those days where there's none. You need to get a van to provide specialist surgeries, and you leave within 2 hours, something happened to somebody. Where would be the vans to go and take care of them? Those are stopgap measures, and you should prioritize Agenda 111 and not that of the Onuado one, which is just a temporary measure. Mr. Speaker, there is the network of practice by the Ghana Health Service, and that is allowing for all specialists to be attached to chief compounds, health centers, polyclinics, and this policy must be strengthened. But Onuado saying that I will drive through with specialists, take care of you, drive back, go and sleep, whilst the other policy is we are attaching specialists to you, and you are going to compete Onuado with this. I stand to be confused with this resetting, and this is not the best for this country and must not come on. Mr. Speaker, may I go to primary health care?
Doctor, your time is almost up.
Okay,
so wind up,
in the manifesto, they said primary health care, free primary health care. What is free primary health care? NHIA is already financing and taking things for free. So if it is free, on cap, if you uncap, just like the MPP manifesto for free consultation, we stated we will uncap and we will make sure nobody pays any premium. Those informal sector will not pay. That is free. So if you are saying free, what does it mean? People are doing co-payment. If you want to eradicate co-payment, then provide the full funds of uncapped funds to them, and there will be no co-payment, and that is free. Otherwise, are you providing free meals at OPD? Are you providing transportation at OPD? What is free? There is no, it is tautology. Already the NHIA is looking at erasing financial barrier. You are also saying free.
Thank you.
What is the meaning of this?
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, my brother.
I know during the debate in the budget principles,
we'll give you more time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable members, let's now turn to Honorable Rita Na Odori. Honorable, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the State of the Nation address by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, before I continue, permit me to quote from the State of the Nation. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, page 5 of the State of the Nation, paragraph 6, to be precise. His Excellency said he was inspired by the Almighty God and propelled by the massive mandate given me by the good people of Ghana. He made a statement that the NDC administration fixed Dumsor before we left power in 2016, and he made a purposeful, bold declaration again that I, John Dramani Mahama, will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on the path of growth and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, on delivering the State of the Nation address, was very truthful to Ghanaians on the state of the economy. And he did not come here to lament, but he came to promise us that he will fix the nation, and the Ghanaians who voted for him will be happy again, and he will reset Ghana. Mr. Speaker, on gender inclusivity, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is committed to working with women, and he demonstrated it in appointing Her Excellency Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman as the first female Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, he made reference to the Affirmative Action and Gender Equity Bill 2024, and that he was committed to working with us. He admitted truthfully that so far his government has appointed 23.8% of women, but he's committed to ensure that he will get to the 30% mark so that we'll get more women to work with in his administration. Mr. Speaker, what do we see here? When we come to the Chamber of Parliament, we have 41 women, 32 women from the NDC side and only 9 from the MPP side. This shows clearly that the NDC administration, led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, is more committed to working with women, and I'm a testament of his deeds. Mr. Speaker, on the gender inclusivity bill, he also spoke of the fact that when you come to local governance, we have only a few women who are bold enough to contest for the MMDCE positions, and that is not good enough. So the NDC administration is going to work closely with the gender ministry to ensure that we encourage more women into local governance to help them climb up. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of women again, he promised the good people of Ghana, especially the women, to establish the Women Development Bank. And this is a promise he made during campaign, and during the State of the Nation address, His Excellency is committed to making sure that he's going to support women, because most of the time, accessing loan for women is very difficult. But this Women's Bank is coming with loans for women to support our businesses. And I think it's a place where all women around the country should applaud His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. It is so refreshing for most women to hear that we have a vice president and the president is working with her and working with us women to ensure that women are where we are supposed to be. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk on education. His Excellency has made it clear that the NDC administration is not going to cancel the free SHS as is being as our opponents are talking about, but he's going to make sure that he's going to make it better. As we sit in the chamber, members of parliament will attest to the fact that we said the SHS is free in quotes, but when school reopens for the SHS students, most parents come to members of parliament for support. And I believe that with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, with the reforms that he's going to bring about in the educational sector, will ensure that members of parliament will have some freedom when school reopens. Because most of the time, we have to buy mattresses, we have to buy buckets, provisions, and all other things to support parents for their wards to go to school. I don't blame the parents. They don't have it. That's why they come to us. Mr. Speaker, on health, Agenda 111, His Excellency made us aware that the Agenda 111, none of the hospitals have been completed. Though La General Hospital is not under Agenda 111, what did we see? In the 8th Parliament, they started it, and up to now, it's running at a tortoise pace. So he's committed to bringing health care to the doorsteps of the people, and I believe His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the NDC administration will ensure that these health facilities will be completed. Because when you are sick and you go to hospital, they don't ask you which political party you belong to or which region you come from, but all you need is proper health care. And the NDC administration is committed to bringing proper health care to the doorsteps of the people. Mr. Speaker, on the 24-hour economy, it is a policy by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama that is coming to change the fortunes and gains of the Republic of Ghana. And this is a policy that we have to support. That is, we are going to run 3 shifts and to ensure that those who do not have jobs to do, they'll get jobs to do. Security will be taken care of. Transportation will be taken care of. Where we'll need the Ayalolo buses that were abandoned by our opponents, the MPP administration, when they were in government. The Ayalolo buses are there, and I believe it's going to support the 24-hour economy to make sure that Ghana will come back to life. More people will get jobs to do, and I believe you and we are going to enjoy the gains of the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the State of the Nation address by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. A truthful State of the Nation he gave us indeed. Thank you, His Excellency.
Thank you very much for not allowing me to even prompt you. Thank you so much. Let's now turn to Honorable Mavis Nkansa Bodu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the State of the Nation's address, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also let me add my voice to the other colleagues in thanking the President on coming to the House to give the State of the Nation's address as mandated by Article 67 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that Honorable Suhini agrees with the minority that the President did not deliver on the State of the Nation's address. Mr. Speaker, he did. Mr. Speaker, he did say it. Mr. Speaker, we can check the hands that he did say that he did. Mr. Speaker, it is rightly so because all the President did was to lament. Mr. Speaker, when the President attended on the House.
Honorable members, I've already laid down the rules. Please, let's allow the debate to flow. So far, so good. We've done well, at least. I don't want to entertain it. Even the leader wanted to come by way of I didn't allow it. Please, let's so, honorable member, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again. So then, as I said, the President only lamented. Mr. Speaker, when the President attended on the House, he painted a very gloomy of the erstwhile administration as if nothing good had been achieved under the 8 years of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's presidency, which is entirely false, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all know very well that there are several indicators of seeing how robust or weak an economy is. When the President attended on this House, he only focused on inflation rate, which he mentioned it was at 23% when he became President. Mr. Speaker, what he failed to also mention was that 12 months prior to that, the inflation rate was at 54%. In a record time of 12 months, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was able to reduce it from 54% to 23%, which is very commendable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the President went ahead to say that the economy that was handed to him was criminally handled. Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. It is very unfortunate and unfair. Mr. Speaker, this was an economy that grew at a rate of 6.3%, Mr. Speaker, and that was post-COVID and after the Russian-Ukraine war. Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw the House. Mr. Speaker, whenever the President came home, he failed to mention the effects of COVID. But in international engagement, he mentioned that COVID had ruined the entire world being. Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw this House attention back to 2016, when the mandate was given to His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, we took over an economy with a growth rate of 3.4%. Mr. Speaker, if this economy was criminally handled with a growth rate of 6.3%, which surpassed the IMF prediction of 4%, I would say that then His Excellency John Dramani Mahama criminally handled our economy as well. Mr. Speaker, that economy was on life support, actually was dead and needed a miracle to resuscitate it. And that is exactly what His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo did. He performed miracles to resuscitate our economy. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the economy that was criminally handled, Mr. Speaker, was able to restore teacher training allowances and nursing training allowances that collapsed under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, in the same vein, we were able to revive the health insurance scheme, which His Excellency John Dramani Mahama scrapped. Mr. Speaker, we were able to fix Dumso and keep our lights on for 8 consecutive years. Mr. Speaker, in the same vein, we introduced free SHS when His Excellency John Dramani Mahama said it was going to take 20 years to get that done. So he did.
Go ahead, don't mind me.
Mr. Speaker, so to say that that economy was criminally handled is unfair and very misleading. Mr. Speaker, during the electioneering period, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama campaigned on the back of unemployment, especially amongst our youth. Mr. Speaker, what did we see? One of the first instructions His Excellency gave was to instruct his chief of staff to terminate all appointments that were done. That was done.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, he asked his chief of staff to terminate all appointments that were done after the 7th of December. Mr. Speaker, we all know very well that appointments do not start and end in a day. Some takes weeks, some takes months. So he knows very well that most of these appointments started somewhere June, July, August. So to say that you've come into power and you are terminating appointments when you came to power on the back of unemployment is very unfair, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the President, do we have second-class citizens in this nation? No. Because that is exactly how he's treating these young people. Mr. Speaker, this has also opened the floodgate. If it was wrong then, it is wrong now. And I will not support it in any way. Mr. Speaker, this opened the floodgate for individuals to settle scores. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, I have over 20 termination letters lying on my desk for my constituents. Some from the health insurance and some from GES, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some from health insurance and some from GES. Mr. Speaker, and the sad aspect of this is that some of these appointment letters were given as far back as October and November. How is that fair to the young people in this nation, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we ask on the President to rescind his decision and do the right thing. I've just recently seen a communique from the GES stating that they have rescinded their decision. The question I want to ask His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is that did they have to take the minority to make noise in order for our children to be employed? This is very unfair, and we cannot continue like this as a nation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have with me here a load shedding document, and this dates back to October 1st to 14th. Mr. Speaker, when the President attended on this house, he told us that he fixed Dumso before he exited. Mr. Speaker, this goes to refute what he said. I think what the President is trying to do is prepare us of the hardship ahead. If he's having problems keeping our lights on, I'm going to call on the President to reach out to his predecessor and ask him how he was able to keep our lights on for 8 years. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the President during his electioneering period again, Mr. Speaker, he gave a promise to the women of this nation.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, he gave a promise to our women. And when we're working on the affirmative action bill, which is now an act, Mr. Speaker, he gave us the assurance that we had the full support, we had his full support, and he supported women. Mr. Speaker, what do we see when the mandate was given to him? Mr. Speaker, in the last administration led by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we had 5 out of 19 women in cabinet, Mr. Speaker, which represented 26%. As it stands now, we have only 2 women in cabinet. Has Mr. President changed his mind on supporting women? Mr. Speaker, when I look on my side, I see about 31 beautiful, eloquent, knowledgeable women. And I know that when the President was in opposition, he was a firm believer in reshuffling. We beg him whenever he decides to do a reshuffle, he should consider our women on this side because they are capable of doing the work done, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I wasn't one that was never, I was never going to, and I would never vote for the NDC. But I was quite excited when the President mentioned the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, I thought that this was going to thrive on the back of the private sector. Mr. Speaker, when the President came to this house, I mean, during the electioneering period, we had different explanation of what the 24-hour economy meant. I hope that he come into this chamber, gave him the opportunity to explain to Ghanaians what exactly what the 24-hour economy did.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, he failed to do this. He's only limited the 24-hour economy to the passport office through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I want to state on record that we started a 3 and 2 shift, and clear the backlog of 70,000. So the 24-hour economy that he's talking about, he should focus on the private sector and incentivize the private sector. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable members, like I said, I wouldn't entertain any interjection. That is why the minister, I didn't even allow the minister to. So the minister, I'm going to consider you as one of the debaters, so that 10 minutes, I'll give you 10 minutes, if you like, in that way. Other than that.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
So
I just seek your guidance as Speaker.
So my guidance.
A factual statement.
No, hold on, John, hold on. I'm saying I can give you the platform as one of the debaters. I'll give you 10 minutes. Other than that, I wouldn't give you that. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this is my third term as a member of Parliament in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, everybody in this chamber can have his or her own opinion. As for opinions, we cannot agree that we should have the same opinion. But Mr. Speaker, as for facts, facts are sacrosanct. And I mean sacrosanct. Mr. Speaker, secondly, you can't concoct, contrive, manufacture your own facts and foist it on the people of Ghana or MPCL. Mr. Speaker, a factual inaccuracy, which
I is watching you
as a pharmacy.
John, the way Minority Leader is looking at you.
He is impressed. I used to debate him here. I used to debate him when he was an ordinary member. Today he's been elevated as a minority leader. And I give him that respect as minority leader. Minority leader, I salute you. May I proceed? Mr. Speaker, in proceeding with alacrity, let me state on authority that there is no load shedding going on now. That is a statement of fact. That is a statement of fact. It is true. It is true that we inherited an anemic, emaciated, run down, near collapse energy sector. It is true, no doubt about that. It is true that when we took over, the power sector was hugely challenged. It is true that when we took over, the power system was unstable. But by dint of hard work, under the able leadership of His Excellency, John Dramani Mahama, I wish to state that not only are we producing enough for the country, we are exporting 300 megawatts to our neighboring countries. Mr. Speaker, it is true that today in the energy sector, there is a ballooning debt of 80 billion cedis. They inherited a debt of 9 billion. They inherited a debt of 9 billion. They collected extra levies, 45 billion. Despite collecting 45 billion, they've handed over a debt of more than 80 billion to this administration. Mr. Speaker, we are in Ghana. The norm here is that we speak in Ghanaian cedis. If you want me to deal with the dollars, I'll deal with it. But Mr. Speaker, let me state this. That what President Mahama did here was to present a true state of the nation's address. The economy of Ghana Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, receive it, Mr. Speaker. When I describe you as Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, receive it. Who knows? In the next 40 years, you could be the president of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, We are doing whatever we can to hold the system. Today, there was a cabinet meeting, and I can tell you that under the able leadership of the finance minister, Dr. Kasiel Atufosin, we will turn around this economy, put it on a path of growth, create jobs, improve industrialization, and restore macroeconomic stability. Mr. Speaker, it's not for anything that we had an overwhelming majority. And if you look at this chamber for the first time, our side of the house, we start right from here. From here. Numbers. And we move all the way and go beyond that side. And move all the way and go beyond that side. And move that way. Now, look at that side. That's the minority side. Mr. Speaker, that should tell you that the people of Ghana were fed up with this administration. What I like, and my sister rightly said that, the President Mahama should consider their side when it comes to appointments. Don't worry. In an all-inclusive government, you can apply. All you need to do is to defect and join us, and you'll be considered for an appointment. So it's not a problem at all. But Mr. Speaker, we can only achieve this objective and this feat if we work together. Despite our differences, President Mahama has made it clear that he will be a president who will represent all shades. And so I will encourage the minority side. It's not just enough to criticize. Sometimes also proffer some suggestions like we used to do. Mr. Speaker, I used to sit right there where my good friend Honorable Tampuli used to sit. And you will recall that during debates, not only did we criticize, we proffered sound alternatives that can help this country. On that score, Mr. Speaker, I want to state that on Tuesday, when the budget is presented, we shall marshal all our forces and debate this side, toe for toe, head to head, eyeball to eyeball. And I tell you, that debate is going to be a rumble in the jungle, I tell you. Mr. Speaker, on that note, let me thank you for giving me this opportunity to address this House. You would continue to be the good friend that I know, and may God bless you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It is now the 10th. It is now the turn of Honorable Daniel Nana Addo Kenneth. Honorable, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, the minister was allowed to say certain things or ascribe certain things to the honorable member, which are not true.
Honorable Martin Dam, Honorable Martin Dam, you are out of order, please.
Mr. Speaker, he said things that were not accurate.
Please.
These are House of Records, so you don't allow
Honorable Indam, you are out of order, please. Respectfully. Let me come to Okre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Champon, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for...
Honorable Matthew, please. Yes, Honorable Member for Okre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also join in commenting on the motion to congratulate His Excellency for exercising his constitutional mandate. Mr. Speaker, I've been very observant and I've gone through the documents and of His Excellency. Mr. Speaker, one of the key things that this campaign was on job creation and youth employment. Mr. Speaker, two major policies of His Excellency. One, in agribusiness, was giving Nkukon Kete. The other was to give apprenticeship training. Mr. Speaker, I have gone through very well, and I was surprised to see that the president said he was going to give 10,000 youth apprenticeship training. I was initially, when I heard it, I thought that it was supposed to be an error. But going into the document, Mr. Speaker, 10,000 youth apprenticeship. If you divide it by 276, you are looking at an average of just 36 people. Mr. Speaker, is the president saying that this apprenticeship program that he trumpeted so much, that gave hope to the young people in this country, and that he was going to set them up, and that he was going to give them fees and all that, only 10,000 of the youth, out of the 2 million youth that are unemployed, only 10,000 of it is what the president seeks to do. Mr. Speaker, the president also talked about Nkukon Kete, which is giving a lot of hope, and he trumpeted it so much. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague, which we all call Honorable Abeng, sought to make some calculation in terms of the volume of the bed. But Mr. Speaker, the president said it is going to benefit 55,000 households. Mr. Speaker, I will not even add the growth rate of 3.6. 2021 population census indicate that Ghana will have 8.3 million households. And the president says that this flagship program in Nkukon Kete is only going to benefit just 55,000 households. It is even less than 1%. That is about 0.6% of the households. Is this the hope that the president was assuring us? This is surprising to me because, Mr. Speaker, the young people of this country want jobs. Those who have even been enrolled are being revoked and being sacked. And the one that he is promising, Mr. Speaker, is just 1% of households. 55,000 households out of the 8.3 million households in this country are just going to benefit from this Nkukon Kete project. Mr. Speaker, he also talked about bringing ICT to even the early childhood, and that only 300 classrooms are going to benefit. Mr. Speaker, we have 276 constituencies. If you take one classroom per constituency, 300. And is this the hope that the president was promising us? Mr. Speaker, during the Mr. President's campaign, I have said that I am a very young man and very optimistic that the things that we tell our people are the things that we should be committed in doing. Mr. Speaker, the president assured that he was going to give a lot of jobs to our people. And in fact, did indicate that all those people that have been recruited, he would not sack them. Under the 24-hour economy, he was going to add 2 more. We are hitting here because the young people of this country want jobs. And in the president's own statement, Mr. Speaker, the president did indicate that for him, he was, and I want to read, Mr. Speaker, and I want to quote him. Mr. Speaker, as a social democrat, I am resolutely committed to eradicating all forms of discrimination in our society. Our vision is to foster fairness and cultivate an inclusive environment where everyone can engage fully and equally in social, economic, and political life. Mr. Speaker, unquote. Mr. Speaker, is it the case that we don't walk our talk? We say action speaks louder than words. You cannot assure the whole nation and the young people of this country that you are going to be impartial, you are not going to discriminate, and yet sit down unconcerned while your chief of staff issue a blanket termination appointment. We are hitting here because the young people want jobs, and we are sitting and watching unconcerned. This situation is something that we must all speak again. Mr. Speaker, the president in 2019, when His Excellency Nana Danko Akufo-Addo sought to make the election of MMDCs, Mr. Speaker, I think that we all have to act as role models. And the things that, the standards that we stand for and the principles that we stand for must. Not for political expediency. In opposition, we say something else, and when we come to power, we know the truth. Mr. Speaker, I was at DC. Our medium-term development plans of this nation hinges on district assemblies. The enforcement of most of our sanitation laws, our special planning laws, and a lot of the development agenda of the state hinges on the district assemblies. But we all agree that because it is a non-elective position, so many forces, and the Constitution grants the fact that the president can fire at will. And so we've had instances where mayors of Accra were trying to clean the system based on political pressure, had to cool down. We saw the example of Medina and all these things. So when a group of political leadership indicate that this thing is good for us to do, and so let us come on board, we have a political group that will, because of political expediency, will go. And I think that for me, listening to the State of the Nation address addresses some of these double standards that we've seen. Digital economy. We saw His Excellency in the campaign train indicate that, and I want to quote him, referring to an American phrase, that it's about the economy, stupid. He said these things. But Mr. Speaker, I have gone through his statement, and about 15 paragraphs talked about digitization and technology. Mr. Speaker, look at this nation. The young people of this country are benefiting from their own setup business because of the infrastructure in digital investment that we have done. In 2016, we had Uber coming on board. The same year, we had Yango coming. Yango could not survive because the digital infrastructure was not improved. Mr. Speaker, we saw under His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, aided ably by Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, invest in property naming addressing system, street naming addressing system, rural telephony, and improve the digital space. Today, young women and young men are trading in the digital space and the shared economy. They sit in their home. They don't need to open a container or shop, but they are training and they are making some ends meet because of the investment that we made in the digital space. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency also indicated that he wanted to look at our sports. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are all seeing our sports sector as something that is not encouraging. Mr. Speaker, the President indicated that he was going to look at the review of the Sports Act, which is okay. But he did again added that he was going to introduce a new school sports authority. Mr. Speaker, since the President came, it's been one committee or the other. And one of the challenges that we are having in this country is that when we have a challenge, then we want to introduce new things. Mr. Speaker, I have been in the sports fraternity for over 30 years now. In 2016, we passed the Sports Act under their government. And Mr. Speaker, one of the core functions from the National Sports Council, we moved it to the National Sports Authority, was to look at, organize and assess financially participation of Ghanaian sportsmen, both professionals and amateur. Again, we are looking at encouraging and undertake research on sports, all sports-related matters. We have a National Sports Authority, and even who have regional divisions and districts, and even in the school setup, we have PE masters in each of these schools who come together to organize and train these sports people. Why don't we rather resource them, mobilize them well, so that we can? So, Mr. Speaker, in wrapping up, I want to indicate that, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, there will be much talk about the Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, my district was a beneficiary of a new hospital. The whole policy was to give hospitals in districts that lack hospitals and to improve quality health care. Mr. Speaker, our hospital has been commissioned. As of last year, the medical superintendent has been posted. As I speak, 25 nurses, which is Okre District Hospital, 25 nurses have been done. The hospital administration is in place. And Mr. Speaker, directive from the Ministry of Sports is telling them not to start operating, just to fulfill a propaganda agenda. Why? The hospital in Okre is ready. There are 25 nurses posted. They are the hospital administration.
Thank you.
In conclusion, I just want to make sure that
thank you.
This is
well noted. Thank you so much. Honourable members, it is now the turn of this time. It's not a question of catching my eye. It's a question of what your leadership has presented to me. So it is now the turn of Honourable Thomas Walanyo Tepu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you rightly said, my leadership made me catch your eye on your desk. Thank you very much. And let me join my colleagues in thanking our Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, for coming to the House to deliver the State of the Nation's address. The best in 8 years. The best in 8 years. That gave hope. that gave hope to the youth on the streets of Ghana. And I'm particularly happy about the job creation message the president delivered. Mr. Speaker, unemployment has been a headache of our nation for some time now. As at now, as the president said, 2 million Ghanaian youths are unemployed. It means the previous government left us 2 million Ghanaian youths unemployed. And every year, from the Statistical Service, we have more than 100,000 youths that add up to the unemployment basket. Over the years, the previous government have created millions of jobs on paper, that we've never seen materialize. What they know to do best, Mr. Speaker, what they know to do best is to change names of employment instruments that have been created by NDC. One, NIP, National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, which was established by NDC. The name was just changed to NIP by this particular by the previous government. YEA was started by NDC, and the name was just changed. NAPCO, the most interesting thing about NAPCO was 2016, after MPP took over the realm of affairs. YEA had a model called Youth in Paid Internship. Mr. Speaker, this particular program is supposed to be a buffer for youth or national service personnel who have just graduated from their service. We give them employment for a number of years so that they can use that opportunity to look for a job. 2016, when MPP took over power, we had 10,000, because I work with YEA, we had 10,000 youth that were prepared for youth in paid internship. A letter came from the office of the vice president, those who are singing the song of this government terminating appointments of the youth. So listen, a letter came from the office of the vice president to YEA for all those youths who were employed to be withdrawn. I can prove it. And that time, the current CEO, the current general secretary of the New Patriotic Party was the CEO of YEA. You can find out from him. They terminated the appointments of over 10,000 youths who were employed. And what they did was to create NAPCO. But because they were not the originators of the idea, today NAPCO has collapsed. A lot of youths have worked for months, they didn't pay them, and they intentionally collapsed NAPCO. This was what they did. President John Mahama said he didn't come here to lament. But the lamentation, you could see that it is from this side of the house. Opposition for 2 months, and they are lamenting more than anyone in this world. They are giving out brilliant ideas. Why didn't they implement those ideas 2 months ago? Mr. Speaker, President Mahama came and gave hope to the youth. He made it clear to us that youth in apprenticeship program is going to help the youth. It was in our manifesto. And I was surprised that my fellow youth stood up. This is just the first State of the Nation address. The budget is coming. Yes, it was in our manifesto. First year, we are going to train 10,000 people. First year, we are going to train 10,000, but doesn't mean that for the 4 years, we are going to train 10,000. No. Aside this, he said 1 million youths. 1 million youths in coding, ICT. You spoke about ICT. Accra Digital Center. We established that place before Bawumia became a vice president. Today you are touting achievement in ICT sector. Who laid the foundation? And you can't mention one thing that you did to lay the foundation for this ICT thing you've been talking about, the digitalization you've been talking about. Mr. Speaker, not only the coding, we spoke about the Okada business. You can see almost every constituency, the Okada business has come to stay. These youth whom you left unemployed, 2 million youth whom you left unemployed, have sat down and thought of how to create business for themselves. President Mama said, we are going to formalize that system. We are going to formalize that system so that they can also benefit from. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable John Dako, please.
President John Mama said,
Honorable member,
if you are a man,
Honorable Walanyo, please address me.
Mr. Speaker, President Mama said, we are going to formalize the Okada business. Because of that, even the chief executive of DVLA recently was in Rwanda to learn about how Rwanda did their own. That is a leader. Mr. Speaker, not that alone. We spoke about Nkukon Nkete, which they use, sang song. Yes, youth in poultry, youth in agribusiness. This was what President Rawlings started. Youth in agribusiness. That is exactly what we are going to bring on board. Mr. Speaker, President Mama came here, gave hope to the people of Ghana, gave hope to the ordinary Ghanaian on the street, gave hope to the women, because the Women Bank is also coming to assist not only NDC women, including our friends at the other side. The women, it's a national project that will benefit all of you, your constituents. So you are supposed to applaud him instead of every day standing up as if they were coached that Mama came here to lament. President Mama did not come here to lament. He came here to give us hope. Hope to affect everybody in this country. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I would like to thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
And to let the youth of this country know that the hope they voted for has arrived. The jobs are coming, the businesses are coming, monies are coming for their businesses.
Thank you so much.
Everybody will do well in this particular government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, before I take, is Honourable Yusuf Mustafa here? No. So, honourable members, before I take the next person, kindly indulge me to acknowledge at the public gallery Akim, is it Akim or Ashim? Akim Asafo, RCBC School. Akim Asafo, RCBC School. Honorable members, what is this? But I'm surprised. So Akimasa for RCBC School, they are being led by Samuel Kojokumi. I guess Samuel is a teacher, and the school is located at Ebuakwa South. Ebuakwa South. Is the honorable member around? I saw him this morning. Anyway, so honorable members, honorable, what? It doesn't call for this. So, honorable members, they are our children. who have come all the way from Akim Asafo to witness what we do here. I think they are witnessing and monitoring what is going on, and I believe that will urge them and urge them to study hard, so that tomorrow they'll come and take over from their So I wish you well. Study hard and monitor what is going on and enjoy Parliament. This is the center piece of democracy. So you are welcome once again, and I believe the honorable member, if he is not even here, his colleagues will take care of you. You are welcome. So now let me listen to. Yes.
Speaker, respectfully, Honorable Yusuf had to go into another meeting for the Committee of Selectioners. And so, respectfully, we are asking Honorable Hassan Tampuli. Oh.
Honorable member, is it the case that you can decide no? That's not. I was going to ask him whether he has not debated since. You have not. Then let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the message to thank His Excellency the President for performing his constitutional duty under Article 67 to give the nation on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, when Mr. President entered this chamber and started speaking, I saw one thing, that the President has opened another religious book, the Book of Lamentations, chapter 183, verse 4. Mr. Speaker, there is a parable of 3 envelopes by an exiting CEO for the succeeding CEO.
You see, the Reverend Minister is saying,
Mr. Speaker,
lamentation.
The Book of Lamentation, you have to Google it and you find it. Chapter 183, verse 4. Mr. Speaker, the parables says that the CEO, when he's leaving office, prepares 3 envelopes for his successor. It says that after a month, when there is pressure on you, open the first envelope, and then you find that it says, blame your predecessor. The second one, when there is pressure on you the next month, open the second envelope, and the second envelope says that reorganize. In other words, transfer people, sack people, and all of that. Mr. Speaker, the third envelope says that prepare 3 envelopes. Less than 2 months, we think that the President is already preparing his 3 envelopes. Because he has exhausted the 2 envelopes already. He has blamed his predecessor, and he has also done reorganization. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the reorganization was not to his government, but was to children and youth of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, even more painful is the fact that, and I saw some people with disability who were affected by these revocations of their appointments. And I just felt, Mr. Speaker, this is what we say, no mercy for the people. Terminator 1 is terminating everybody, including the people with disability. Mr. Speaker, when they issued out the omnibus letter, they didn't even make any exemption for lactating mothers, for pregnant women, for people with disabilities, and for people who were coming from poor and needy background. They just said, collect everybody out. Mr. Speaker, in the education sector alone, we were being told by the GES, for instance, that they are short of teachers everywhere across the country, especially in the rural areas. GES has terminated the appointment point blank. Mr. Speaker, how do you feel the classrooms? How do you feel the classrooms? Now they beat the retreats. They beat the retreat, and they are saying now you should bring your appointment letter, bring your NSS certificate, bring your license certificate. Mr. Speaker, that's an afterthought. Mr. Speaker, the pressure that came from this house is what necessitated that beating of retreats. And we will continue to give you pressure to do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, the message, I will classify it as very uninspiring, dreary, unstimulating, dry, boring, and downright underwhelming. Mr. Speaker, you compare the message on the state of the nation to what had been done previously by His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, both in substance and in form. It caught your attention from the beginning all the way to the end. Mr. Speaker, when Nana Akufo-Addo spoke in 2017, and Mr. Speaker, let me take you to official reports, 21st February 2017, column 1532. And Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I quote, it says, Mr. Speaker, certain incidents occurred during the transition period that are matters of concern to me, and they should be to every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, he continued and ended and said that I condemn all such conducts, and I call on all political parties, especially the New Patriotic Party and the NDC, to ensure that that is the last time such undignified acts occur during periods of transition. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, now this is a leader who has empathy. This is a leader who has empathy. A leader who felt that he has to unite this nation. A leader who felt that wrong is wrong and right is right. Not a single line was spared by His Excellency to deal with this nauseating situation. Mr. Speaker, a very good example of some of these acts. 2 or 3 weeks ago, they went and took my car from the workshop. They took my vehicle and labeled it as an assembly vehicle. It took me to call the Northern Regional Minister to tell him to find out from the DVLA who owned that vehicle. Mr. Speaker, when some of these things happen, we don't talk because we are doing politics, but because when the tables turn, they might take your car. They might seize your vehicle. And by the special grace of God, inshallah, by 7th January 2029, we shall be sitting on the right side of the ticket. Mr. Speaker, when you listen to the President's message, there is a saying by a medical doctor or a surgeon who had gone to perform a surgery. When he came out of the theater, everybody asked him, Mr. Surgeon, how did it go? His response was that the surgery was successful, but the patient died. The surgery was successful, but the patient died. That is what they are telling us, Mr. Speaker. And that takes me straight to the issue of Dumso. Mr. Speaker, it is only under the NDC from 2011 to 2016 thereabout that Wikipedia found a new word into their vocabulary, which is Dumso. Mr. Speaker, we inherited a debt, a net debt of $2.4 billion as of December 2016. Mr. Speaker, that was not all. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, government paid $520 million energy sector debt in 2018. And in 2019, we paid $604 million. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, we paid $1 billion. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, by the year 2023, we had paid $12.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, this was for power that we did not need but we were paying for due to capacity charges. Mr. Speaker, we need just about 3,500 megawatts We signed agreements. ECG alone signed 43 power purchase agreements, and they were still in the process of signing 23 more when we took over. Mr. Speaker, these were power that we didn't need, but we were paying for.
Honorable, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, let me learn. Mr. Speaker, let me learn. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, if you recall, in this country, we were queuing at filling stations to buy fuel. Throughout the administration of the Northern Mr. Speaker, go and check the records. I was chief executive of the National Petroleum Authority, so when I talk, you must listen. You must listen. I'm speaking with authority. And I'm speaking with all the integrity available to me. So listen to me. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, we were queuing to buy fuel in this country. Throughout the 8 years, nobody queued anywhere to buy fuel in this country. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. Hey. No, I haven't. Let me go to Eric Adam. Aben. You, my lady. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before the House, which is to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic, for complying with Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution by delivering to this House the message of the State of the Nation's address. Let me also acknowledge His Excellency the President for giving us a true picture of the state as he met it. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the President was expected to give us an update. He was expected to give us the true picture of the economy as he met it, and he did just that. I am surprised that our friends from the minority today are all claiming that Mr. President only lamented and did not give a true State of the Nation address. They are actually sending an invitation to His Excellency the President that if you are a medical doctor who performs a meticulous diagnosis on a patient and you report the accurate findings of your diagnosis, it means you are lamenting. The economy that the President Mahama inherited, the economy that the NPP left behind, is actually the picture that President Mahama painted. And for some of us, we even believe that President Mahama was too modest in telling the people of Ghana the actual state of the economy that he inherited. Mr. Speaker, let's move into the issues of the economy. Mr. Speaker, this same economy that the NPP members and members of the minority want us to believe was a good economy. Indeed, the president himself, former president Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, indeed admitted that he was leaving behind a difficult economy. He said that in August 2023 when he said he knew he was leaving behind a difficult economy, but he expected a new leader to take us out of the challenges. If there was no challenge, why did the president then make such statement? Again, we were in this country, Mr. Speaker, when 98 conscious, courageous members of the then minority, of the then majority, and it is interesting that the 98 number at the time is far bigger than the current number that they have before this chamber. Those 98 members of the majority then took to the media, wrote a petition, asked that the Minister of Finance at the time be sacked. And the argument they made at the time was that the Minister for Finance had mismanaged the economy and that the economic situation at the time was not too good, for which reason they were demanding his dismissal. And so it is surprising, and I am flabbergasted that today this same minority will stand here to speak and defend the records of the economy that they wanted the finance minister sacked for. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to understand that when you are analyzing the economy, it is not rocket science. There are some basic things that are basic facts, basic data available to everybody.
But one of the key issues when it comes to the strength of the economy is the issue of how the growth rate really translates to the quality of life of the ordinary Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, before 2024 elections, the World Bank in their report, which spoke about inflation, stated that 850,000 Ghanaians were pushed into the poverty line because of high inflation. That is the kind of economy that you left behind. That over 850,000 people were pushed below the poverty line. And you tell us that you left behind a strong economy? Please, the fact is there, the data is there, and it speaks for itself. Mr. Speaker, again, unemployment or the employment rate is a key indicator of economic growth. President Mahama left behind unemployment rate of 8%. But before the 2024 election, President Akufo-Addo left behind 14.7% unemployment rate. How dare you say that you left behind a better economy? Again, according to the Ghana Statistical Service, Mr. Speaker, according to the Ghana Statistical Service, close to 2 million Ghanaian youth were left in the NEET bracket. And when we talk about NEET, we're talking about no education, no employment, no training, and then all that. You left 2 million Ghanaian youth in that bracket, and that is why on December 7th, they voted you out. But Mr. Speaker, President Mahama did not only give us the picture of the economy that he inherited, but he also was so generous to the good people of Ghana by giving us a comprehensive plan for addressing the challenges as he met them. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama outlined a number of policy initiatives, but I want to begin with what I call his bold plans for proper governance. Mr. Speaker, for the last 8 years under the NPP government, we saw the bastardization of state institutions. Even independent state institutions were bastardized with partisanship. Even the very respected institutions were bastardized by the NPP, be it security and even critics. And according to a survey, 7 out of 10 Ghanaians even lost confidence in the judiciary. That is the kind of country that they left behind. But President Mahama announced comprehensive plans to address the challenges. He started. And you're talking about institutions, even the Electoral Commission. We were in this country when your government, your former President Akufo-Addo, appointed a card-bearing communicator of the NPP as one of the Electoral Commissioners. And so you mismanaged this country, and we all saw the kind of legacies that you left. If in 2 months you are already lamenting, crying all over the place, you have a long way to go, because this is just 2 months of 16 years plus of opposition, and you're already feeling uncomfortable about the situation. Prepare for more, because you are going to remain in opposition for a long time. But Mr. Speaker, the plans that President Mahama announced for rescuing this country and bringing us out of the deep hole that the NPP plunged us into, it includes his program to ensure that we have 1 million coders. With the 1 million coders program, President Mahama and the NDC has decided that we will recruit and train 1 million young people across this country and equip them with digital skills in app development and all these other skills. Mr. Speaker, we all know that we are in the era of digital economy, and with the digital economy, with the 1 million coders that will be recruited and trained by President Mahama, it will help us solve the problem of unemployment and also help us to expand the economy. Number 2 is President Mahama's decision to ensure that 55,000 households benefit from the policy that they mock so much. But Mr. Speaker, isn't it interesting that from the very minute President Mahama finished his presentation, NPP minority kept telling us that all they saw in the document was lamentation. Then all of a sudden, contrary to the song that they have been singing, one of their members rose to his feet and he decided to criticize the quantity or the magnitude of the policies that have been announced. Why?
One side says that we only heard lamentation, another side says we heard policy propositions, but the numbers that have been targeted are not enough. This speaks to the contradiction and the double standard of the minority as we speak on this issue. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I know my time, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, it is important for us to recognize that at the heart of all these policies on energy, agric, economy, and what have you, is leadership. President Mahama and the NDC have decided that as a government, we will run a very lean government. President Mahama has decided that we must put to use, proper use, the resources of this nation. I can assure Ghanaians that we will not see a government that will spend over 58 billion on a useless national cathedral project. We will not see a government that will invest in projects that will not inure to the benefit of the Ghanaian people. But we have a government that will invest in the productive sectors and give jobs to the young people of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let me now turn to Honorable Asafo. That's the last round of contributors.
Thank you.
Already five people have debated. No.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
Respectfully, we know leaders will conclude the debate today, and the same leaders at selection committee meeting. So we can't wait before they come. So we can continue with the debate. As soon as they enter, then we end that debate so that the two leaders will wind up. We have more than even a set of 10 people who want to contribute. So let's use this time to allow members to clear their throat. When the leaders come, we'll allow them to wind up. So they should produce as many as possible. We have about additional 15 people here.
Honorable members, Honorable Champon, you know, the beauty of the game is to lay your truths bare to everybody. At the pre-sitting meeting, we said 5-5. Then I'm coming, 5-5, then the leaders will conclude. Then later on, the minority pushed that we should make them 6-6. So it's the 6-6 that we've adopted. Then after the 6-6, the leaders will conclude. Now we've had 5-5. So that's why I'm saying we are taking the last round of only that probably after 5-5, I'll give the independent member some 5 minutes to also talk. So that is my own discretion.
No, Mr. Speaker, you are right. We did agree on 6-6.
Yes.
But as I said, even after the 6-6 plus that of the independent candidate or a member of parliament, we don't have any other activity than to wait for the selection committee to present their report. So in that space,
we'll be looking up to the leadership. They have fought elected.
Mr. Speaker, I am in charge. That's why I'm pleading with you. If you allow us to add at least 4-4.
4-4?
Yes. By that time, the committee must have finished its work, present their report, so that the leaders can also wind up. Because we can't suspend the House. If you do, members will scatter. We can't even get them to approve the committee that we've been talking about since last 3 weeks. So let's keep members here, give them opportunity to debate, so that we'll wait for the committee's report so that members will participate in that report. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Jerry.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Jerry, let me, I'll come to you. Let me listen to Honorable Samson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think you are doing very, very well. And when the Chief Whip was making the application, I saw you nodding to his request, which means you are going to agree that we should provide additional 4-4 to also contribute. And I can see Jerry is ready with his troops. We are ready. We have more than enough members. We can produce 10 additional members to speak. Where are your people? If you are ready, let's agree to additional 5-5. Mr. Speaker, kindly agree to this harmless request so that many members can contribute to this special important State of the Nation address delivered by His Excellency, the President of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, please, I know you to be a kind person. I know you that you want to encourage many people to clear their throats. And this is the opportunity for new members to clear their throats. So allow members to clear their throats by agreeing to additional 5-5 so that many MPs can contribute to this important statement. Mr. Speaker, by nodding to the request, I want to thank you for agreeing to our request. And I will say God bless you for agreeing to us. Thank you very much.
Yes, let me listen to Honorable Jerry.
Yes, Speaker, I thought that Honorable Ahi was going to talk about the fact that they have quality materials and their concentration was on quality and not quantity. Mr. Speaker, we have quality materials. I said it. Please resume your seat. Please resume your seat. Why? Quality material is not unparliamentary. Honorable Ahi, quality material is not unparliamentary. You are looking at quantity. Honorable Ahi, you are looking at quantity. We are looking at quality. I stand here. It can be up to you.
Honorable members, please. This Hamlet, don't.
Mr. Speaker,
you don't need to split our heads on this, please.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Eric, please.
Mr.
Resume your seat. Please resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker, at conclave this morning, we agreed to do 6-6. I do not even know why they are talking about numbers, because if for anything at all, I have been talking to my people not to raise issues of quorum. Mr. Speaker, if we are minded to do business, we are ready to do so. Mr. Speaker, the agreement this morning was to do 6-6, and we are minded to do so. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
So let me call Honorable Asafoje.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful for this opportunity to also contribute to the State of the Nation address that was given to this House by the President of the Republic. Speaker, like we all know, Article 67 is clear that it must be a State of the Nation address, not a State of Manifesto address. The Speaker, what the President sought to do was to rehash his manifesto commitments, was to give us his manifesto promises, and not to give us the State of the Nation address. The Speaker, at times that he tried or sought to do so, the Speaker was full of propaganda, and many of them has been exposed here
by some of my speakers. Speaker, I wanted to look at a few issues with the foreign affairs, but quickly, because my brothers spoke about youth. Mr. Speaker, I want to go there briefly before I come. We are not surprised. The president we have is no new factor. The president we have is not a new indicator in the scheme of governance in Ghana. We know him. So they were mentioning schemes and programs that he had created or is given indication to create in his manifesto. Mr. Speaker, we've not forgotten that he promised Ghanaians, and not long ago, we had youth in pothole patching that spent millions of our cedis to patch potholes. That never happened. Mr. Speaker, we had youth that were riding bicycles in this country. Mr. Speaker, we had youth that were into filmmaking that we never saw any movie they produced. Mr. Speaker, we had youth that were into tree planting. Until now, we cannot find one single tree that was planted by those youth. Mr. Speaker, we had youth that were told that they were doing beads, and now even in Krobo, you cannot find those youths doing beads in Krobo. So we are not surprised. We are not worried. We are only cautioning the president and cautioning Ghanaians that for the president to come here and rehash another set of promises to the youth, we are only cautioning that even the time that he had the opportunity to come back again to seek the mandate of the people, we saw what the tree planting landed us into. We saw what the Axontaba project landed us into. We saw what the beads making project landed us into. We saw what the Confirm landed us into. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we caution them that John Dramani Mahama, president, is the Dada Noir we know, Dada Noir we've seen, and Dada Noir we've lived with. Mr. Speaker, for about 4 consecutive times, the president was in this house, as he then was, promising Ghanaians that he will fix Dumso. He gave dates, significant dates, to the matter that this date I would fix Dumso. Mr. Speaker, the date got there and he never fixed Dumso. He continued promising and promising until he himself was tired of promising and came to tell us in this house that he will never promise again after promising. So if the president today is telling us that he will fix the economy like he fixed Dumso, Mr. Speaker, some of us, we are scared because he never fixed that economy. He never fixed that economy. He continued promising us and promising us and promising us. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues mentioned it, that if you are promising jobs, then you come and the first thing you do is to instruct the chief of staff to terminate appointments. Mr. Speaker, in the NDC manifesto, they promised no academic fees. Mr. Speaker, they promised 1 million coders. Mr. Speaker, they promised the Ejumera project. I mean, what will it profit a president who promises 1 million coders, sacking 1 million youth from the workplace? What will it profit a president promising Ejumera, sacking the Ejuma, the same Ejuma that his predecessor has created? Mr. Speaker, what will it promise a president who is assuring Ghanaians, youth and students of no tuition payment? I don't know whether it is going to be just like the Hope City project that was only in the illusions and the minds of NDC, the Hope City project. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to John and creation. Documents of records of the Foreign Affairs Committee here with me. Passport application is nationwide. Already. And even passport application is digital. Mr. Speaker, the problem with the passport application has always been the printing. And the MPP sets the stage and tone for printing and clearing all those backlogs. Mr. Speaker, so if you promise us that the passport application is going to be 24 hours, are you telling me that I should tell my electoral area coordinator in Apia Krom, Apia Chirib, that from Apia Krom he should wake up and go to Kumasi at 2 a.m. and go and apply for passport? Mr. Speaker, let the president not heighten the hope of Ghanaians that there is going to be a certain job creation at passport so that they are going to do 24 hours and then the youth will be expectant of job. Because when the backlog is cleared, there is nothing to do because passport application now is digital. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker. Now, we must be concerned as Ghanaians about the diplomatic posturing of our president. Mr. Speaker, if you notice, on the inauguration day, President Tuari of Burkina Faso even got a lot of hailing than the president who was going to be sworn in. Mr. Speaker, it is clear and important that Ghana is a democratic country and we must not be seen as condoning coup d'etats.
Thank you.
And that is important. We must tell the president.
Thank you. Thank you
Mr.
so
Speaker,
much.
With this opportunity, I thank you.
Thank you.
I thank you. I'm grateful.
Let me take what?
Agreed.
I'm left with one
then
here.
We're done. Okay.
Then yes, so, I've said I'm taking one here. Then I'll give my own to.
Mr. Speaker, I beg you. Let's talk before. Let's talk before you make a comment.
No, it's now the turn of Honorable Ibrahim Hajia Ziwila.
Thank you.
Honorable, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, on Thursday, 27th February 2025, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama responded to a constitutional edit, Article 67 of the Constitution, that requests the President at the beginning of each session of Parliament.
Leader, I'm not here. Honorable, hold on. I'm not doing things by my own way. I'm just handed by with this list. 6-6. That's what I'm doing, and I'm taking the last one. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before a dissolution of Parliament, deliver to Parliament a message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, the operative words in Article 67 are message and state. Mr. Speaker, we'll do a bit of semantics here and look at what does the word message mean. And Mr. Speaker, the Oxford Dictionary tells us that message means verbal, written, or recorded communication. State, what does the dictionary say? It says the particular condition that someone or something is in at a specific time. At a specific time, my emphasis. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to my colleagues on the other side, and they have tried vainly to suggest that His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama came to Parliament to lament. I don't see where the word lamentation sits in the definition of state. His Excellency the President came here to this house to tell us the state of this nation when he took power on 7 January 2025. The state of the nation is what the President came to tell us. He did not lament. He told us what he inherited. And indeed, the same Constitution, Article 67, enjoins the outgoing President to present the state of the nation to this Parliament before leaving office. And His Excellency came here on 3rd January and presented his state of the economy before he left. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama did not indulge in lamentation. And in any case, Mr. Speaker, if President Mahama lamented, I would choose lamentation any day over lies and policy deception. I would choose lamentation any day over lies and policy deception. And Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hand the State of the Nation address delivered to this August House on Tuesday, 9th March 2021 by President Akufo-Addo. And Mr. Speaker, on page 26 of this address, and with your leave, I shall read. It says in paragraph 4 that, and I quote, "What's that of Yeji? Whilst that of Yeji, Makango, and Agodeke is 46% complete. In total, 7 landing ports have been constructed in this country." Mr. Speaker, I sat in the chamber and I wondered whether I was indeed the member of Parliament for Salaga South constituency, where Makango is situated. I hadn't seen any port being constructed in Makango. I made a call to Salaga and I asked my boys, go to Makango and find out whether there's any construction going on, a port construction. And there was zero. Mr. Speaker, that amounted to policy deception. And I would choose lamentation any day over policy deception. Mr. Speaker, I filed a question to the Transport Minister and to ask why they captured in the State of the Nation address that the Makango port was 46% complete. The minister came to the House and gave his response, but the minister did one thing, and I respect the minister for that. When I challenged his response, he sent a team from the Transport Ministry to Makango, and there was nothing. Mr. Speaker, this is policy deception. And so if we lament, we are telling Ghanaians what the situation is. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I want my colleagues on the other side to know that they labor in vain. They labor in vain, and I'll urge them to go and read Modern Ghana, a news report on Modern Ghana, Friday, 7th February, March 20. And the report, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, simply credits Professor Stephen Adai, a staunch and senior member of the New Patriotic Party. And this is what Professor Stephen Adai has to say. And I quote, "President Mahama is the first after Nkrumah to do very well in his first 100 days.
Professor Stephen Adai says, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, President Mahama is the first after Nkrumah to do very well in his first 100 days in power. I urge my colleagues to go and read this report. Mr. Speaker, when we are members of parliament, and Mr. Speaker, I don't want to believe that there is any member of parliament in this chamber who doesn't know what 24 hours mean. I don't know. I don't think there is anyone here who doesn't know what economy means. So when His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama says he's introducing the 24-hour economy, I urge them to just join the two words, and the meaning is clear. Everybody knows what 24-hour economy means. Mr. Speaker, I said earlier on that I will rather lament than lie. President Akufo-Addo, in this House, on 3rd January, told this August House that the free SHS policy had benefited 5.1 million students. Mr. Speaker, information by EduWatch, by the Ministry of Education, says that it's only 3.4 million who have benefited. President Mahama will not indulge in telling lies. So where we stand, Mr. Speaker, is 3.4 million students who have benefited from the free SHS. Another lie, Mr. Speaker, that we will not indulge in. Agenda 111. When the president comes here...
Honorable member, hold on. Who is lying? Is President Mahama or who?
President Akufo-Addo.
Please,
He's a liar.
please.
Honorable, he lied to this House.
Honorable
this
Ibrahim, please. Let's. He's a former president. Please. Use another word instead of lie, please.
Falsehood. He engaged in falsehood.
Honorable, are you listening to me?
Yeah, I'm listening to you, Mr.
Please,
Speaker.
I'm saying use another word instead of lie.
Falsehood. He peddled falsehood. And the falsehood was that 3 of the Agenda 111 hospitals had been completed. Even my colleague here, when he debated, only mentioned 1, which is not in use. And that is exactly what President Mahama
Your time
said
is up
here.
anyway.
He said only 1 has
Your
been
time
completed.
is up anyway. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker,
Ibrahim.
for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable members, now today we've taken 6. No. Honorable, no. Respectfully, no. Today we've taken 6. No side has taken 7. Please, I am here. Let me mention the names to you. From minority side, started with Honorable Senyako. After Senyako, Honorable Ayuefriye. After Honorable Ayuefriye, Honorable Mavis and Kansa Boadu. Then we came to Daniel Nana Addo Kenneth. Then we came to, instead of Honorable Yusuf Mustafa, then he wasn't around, so Honorable Tampuli took that opportunity. Then finally, Honorable Asafioje took the floor. So we had 6. Then from the majority side, we started with Honorable Alasan Suhini. We came to Honorable Rita Na Adoli. What? Then we came to Honorable Thomas Walanyo Tepu. Then we came to Honorable Eric Edem Abana. Then in between, we had Honorable John Jinapo. Then lastly, we've had Honorable Hajia Ziwili Ibrahim. So we've had 6. Who's Bondi? Anyway, at that time, then I hadn't taken over. At that time, I was not presiding, But when I came, these are the list. Honorable members, what I'm saying is, when I came, these are the lists I have worked with. 6. So if there was somebody earlier on, then please pardon me. So we are now taking the turn of leadership. We will start with minority leader. Leadership, they are taking, is it 30 minutes? Honorable members, leadership, leaders 30 minutes. Hello, honorable members, I'm even told it's 40 minutes each. That's the agreement the House established. So, honorable minority leader, the floor is yours. You may begin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the debates on the floor. It's a privilege to have this opportunity to close the debate for my side, the mighty minority. Mr. Speaker, the President was here to perform a constitutional function as provided for under Article 67 of the Constitution. He failed to acknowledge the work that has been done in 8 years.
Leader, please indulge me to allow the first Deputy Speaker to take the seat.
Honourable Minority Leader, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, the President failed to acknowledge the work done by the previous administration in the past 8 years. Mr. Speaker, when he came to the House, all we heard him say was lamentation, lamentation, lamentation. But this was not new. This is how we've known the President to be. In 2013, he was in this House to deliver to us a message on the state of the nation. Even when he was part of the very government he had succeeded, and just for the avoidance of doubt, between 2009 to 2012, he was a vice president. When Professor Mills left, he succeeded him. Yet when he won the 2012 elections and he came into this House, he came here to lament about the state of the economy, forgetting that he was part of the government for the 4 years preceding his new administration. Then in 2016, when he again came here to address this House, he repeated the same lamentation, blaming everybody except himself. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, when we had the financial sector crisis, the President came to address this House, and he came here to apportion blames. He said the Bank of Ghana had failed in its supervisory functions. If you are the chief executive of the land, you are in charge of appointing the governor of the central bank. You are responsible for appointing the members of the board of the central bank. And people are losing their investments. All you come to Parliament to say is, it is a Bank of Ghana that has failed. That is how come President John Dramani Mahama could not solve the banking sector crisis in 2015-2016. Those who lost their investment through DKM and got Islam and all other microfinance companies were left to steam in their own stew. Mr. Speaker, the president was here in 2016 to tell us that if those people had chosen to go to microfinance firms and they've lost investment, the government was not going to take responsibility. The NDC members of this House should go and refer to the State of the Nation address of 2016. They will find it there. That is how bad it was. That the president was in charge of the economy, but blaming others for the failures of the economy. So we were not surprised that he came here and continued with his usual lamentation upon lamentation. And today, the member of parliament for Salaga South, a respected member of this House, continues to say that indeed they are right in lamenting. This is not new. It is your posture. That is your attitude to talk governance, to lament. But what the president failed to do was to acknowledge that the Dumso legacy was resolved when Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo took office. What the president failed to tell Ghanaians was that the banking sector crisis, which he blamed Bank of Ghana for, was resolved by the Akufo-Addo government. What the president failed to tell Ghanaians, that in spite of all the crisis, MPP managed to introduce the free SHS policy and sustain it for 8 years. In fact, the president could not single out any policy initiative that had been introduced by the MPP and implemented successfully. He was even in a hurry to claim credit for a budget he came to meet, which budget is enabling him to manage the economy. Since he came, Mr. Speaker, the very taxes that he used, he said Ghanaians were suffering from the payment of e-levy and other taxes. These are the revenues that they are using to celebrate the Independence Day. The revenues from these taxes are the ones that the government is using to fuel its cars. In fact, all expenses that are being made in this administration are as a result of revenues from the very taxes you are complaining about. You don't have a budget yet you failed to acknowledge the intervention by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, I have said time without number that Ghanaians should just give the umbrella a time. The true colors of the umbrella will be seen in due time. Even today, they promise us 60 ministers. So you are showing less, more divide. Only a day before yesterday, Honorable Abu Jinapo had cause to remind you that in introducing less ministers, you are appointing more staffers. Today, you say you have a minister of state responsible for government communications, yet you have 6 communication specialists all advising him. Who does this? So you try to confuse people with your so-called few ministers, and you are even so indecisive. You say you are appointing 60 ministers. Parliament has given you the space to form your government on time. It's left with 4 deputy ministers, even that you are struggling. And you come here to complain. You have 4 more deputy ministers to appoint. The president has failed to comply with the affirmative action law in this chamber. He has announced his cabinet. This is a person who says he is doing reset. What is he resetting? When Hajia Ayamba Ladi is here and has not been given an appointment, when Honorable Helen Ntosu is here and has not been given any appointment, when Honorable Poku Asoya is in this chamber, when the Okankwe North MP is here and has not been considered, because the law says you should do a minimum of 30%. You are doing 10%, creating the impression that you don't have the women. Meanwhile, the women are here in this chamber. How do you appoint only 10% women into cabinet? Mr. Speaker, the president has failed this nation. How can the president overlook a Senator Ajiman Rawlings? How can the president ignore such a competent material? Mr. Speaker, we are talking about 30% women in government. Even if you look at the other deputy ministers, you add them to the cabinet, he still doesn't even cross 20%. So you say one thing and do another. Yet this is the same president who today is criticizing a predecessor who faced a major economic hit, yet ensured that the ship of state sailed smoothly. Mr. Speaker, let me remind the president on something. Mr. Speaker, when President Mills of blessed memory came into office, with the president as the chair of the economic management team, they promised the fisher folks, my people along the coast, from the western region to Volta region, they promised them a landing beach site. They went for a CDB facility somewhere 2014. They later came to do what we call capping. They failed to construct a single landing beach facility. Nana Akufo-Addo came into office, listening and responding to the cry of the fisher folks. The landing beach projects were initiated. A facility was brought to Parliament. Parliament approved it. And today, the following communities have received a facelift at their various insurance. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Discof Mori, Manford, Winneba, Senyabreku, Gomuafete, Osu, Teshin, Axim, Ekumfi Otwam, and Abanze, including our own. If you go to the Gbesi area, you go there, go and see the landing beach. NDC failed to construct a single landing beach project. Mr. Speaker, is Jamestown not seeing a landing beach? Is Elmina not seeing a landing beach? We have constructed, we have ensured that all facilities are there to support the fisher folks. This is the record we leave Ghanaians. The NDC promised landing beach, not a single one of them was constructed. Today they claim a so-called Nkoko Nkiti. A man will be judged by his conduct. Yesterday, Mr. President had an opportunity to help the poor farmers in the north. Those who needed tractors were disappointed. And those who were going into the guinea fowl rearing, they said they were introducing a confirm. What happened to that confirm? And today, you come and tell us that you are introducing Nkoko Nkiti. Nkoko Nkiti. Time would expose you. Time will expose you. Mr. President was here to lament on the state of our agriculture. We want the president to tell us about his own record. Public service is about your record. What record did he leave us on the 7th of January 2017 when he was leaving office after 8 years of the NDC administration? Nothing. Today, the president comes to tell us that the cocoa sector failed. He forgot that the highest production levels was achieved during the MPP administration, over 1 million tons. That was the highest ever to be achieved in the history of the country. Yet he comes here to lament. What we want to tell him that governance is a continuum. He should pick it up from where we left off and fix it if he thinks it's broken. We don't need lamentations. Today the NDC has forgotten that it came into office with its own manifesto. What is all this about committee here, committee there, committee here? It is not for purposes of consultation. They are only doing this to disown their own initiatives because they are not sure of their initiatives. When Akufo-Addo came into office, the first thing he did was the free SHS. He implemented it without any delay. What are they waiting for? Their so-called 24-hour economy is being defined variously by many people. Some of their people have not even read it. They don't know. They say 24-hour economy. 24-hour economy. What is 24-hour economy? Mr. Speaker, before the president came into this house, he was aware that his own party youth had besieged the party headquarters, asking for jobs, demanding for jobs. So far, they are failing. What they are rather doing is to worsen the plight of the ordinary Ghanaian youth. What is the gain in terminating appointment of innocent Ghanaians who have been employed into various state institutions? Today, all we hear is sack them, sack them, sack them. Today, the president who in 2017 was saying that we are all Ghanaians has forgotten that that was the posture he took. Today, he's being more partisan than being a Ghanaian. So you hear his members saying that we'll replace them with our party people. Replace them with our party people. Mr. Speaker, what the president has forgotten is that he took an oath to do right to all manner of persons. And every Ghanaian has his rights provided for under the Constitution. The right to work, which comes under economic rights, are far rights. And if the government indeed believes in creating opportunity for all, the least it could have done was to create a space for new recruitment, rather than look into the eyes of parents who are paid school fees, and by the grace of God their children have gotten jobs, and to tell them that I am sacking your son to come and sit at home. I don't care what happens to you. This is the same president who claims Mahama cares. Cares about what? The health insurance policy that the NDC nearly collapsed it, that the MPP administration that introduced it has come to reactivate it and make it better. You want to introduce some subsidiary policy on it and you say it's Mahama cares, forgetting about what has been done. Did Kufuor say that Kufuor cares when he introduced the health insurance? School feeding program, a major social intervention program that was introduced by Kufuor. And today, if you come and you say you want to sustain it, you create the impression as if it is your policy. Can the NDC name a single social intervention program it has introduced and implemented successfully? We tired of the promises, the double standards, the lamentations, and the hypocrisy. The president should walk the talk and do the do, and stop all the lamentations. Clearly, for the 8 years of the MPP, the records have it that even when it came to support to students to study abroad, the MPP was not discriminatory. Today, it's on record that the Deputy Attorney General nominee, who has just been approved, had his scholarship to go and study PhD in the UK. The government was a government for all Ghanaians. The man was loud on the street criticizing the MPP, but the MPP did not deny him the opportunity for higher education. His fees were paid by the state, accommodation paid, living expenses paid for 4 years. That is what the state did. So it was not a period of discrimination. Mr. Speaker, the government was boasting that it had paid some coupons that matured. From which money? Has this government introduced any tax policy? So why the mischief? Why the deceit? These were monies that they had come to meet, so they should not deceive Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, the youth employment policy. It was during Kufuor's era that the youth employment policy was given life, and an enactment came before this house to establish the agency. And when the agency came into being, many of our youth on the streets gained employment. The NDC came into office for 8 years. There was nothing for the youth to look up to. They couldn't sustain it. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo came into office and introduced additional policies to create space for a lot of our youths. The records are there. They have now come in. The very infrastructure that they came to meet is what they are relying on. Nothing new. Yet they condemn the Akufo-Addo administration. They claim that after elections, you don't need to make appointments. May I remind the president? May I remind our colleague Felix Ofosu-Kwakye, who in 2016 was all over saying that a government's term ends the day it hands over to a new government. Therefore, they were right in appointing a Shraj boss. They were right in appointing an auditor general. They were right in appointing an NCCE chairperson. Have they forgotten the inconsistencies of their own principles will continue to haunt them? Mr. Speaker, we in the MPP believe that in the minimum we laid a solid foundation amidst all the economic turbulence, and we handed over a nation peaceful with the borders secured to the John Dramani Mahama administration. It is for them to hold onto these and make it even better. So far, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that they have nothing useful to add. It's so clear that they have nothing useful to add. All we hear these days is political persecution in the guise of political accountability. Is that what we voted for them for? When the president was here, he reduced the SONA into going into gallery, saying that some people are running away from the jurisdiction and saying all manner of things. That is not what we expected of him. But in the coming days, we shall see how transparent this NDC administration is going to be. We shall see how accountable this NDC administration is going to be. Already, we hear they've started their own internal fights. It's up to them. It's up to them. It's up to them. Even the appointment they are making so far is like wait for Bakun, Mr. for Bakun, wait for Bakun, Mr. for Bakun. Already they are rendering the president a lame duck already. It is obvious the way the appointment is going. We can see you have to align before you are considered. It is obvious. It is obvious. All the talent, the prominent talent in this chamber, because they have no godfather, they are not being considered. The independent members of parliament who align with the NDC majority, not a single one of them has been considered. Not a single one of them has been considered. Bonnie Bain, Bonnie Bain. This is a true family and friends government. You must be a friend to somebody before your name will go. Why? Why? Why are you not all NDCs? Mr. Speaker, the president says that he has so many MPs, he doesn't know what to do with them. It is a reason why so many of them are also not entering this chamber. Because he's rendered them redundant. He has rendered them redundant. There is huge frustration. And he couldn't come into this chamber to assure Parliament that the members of the majority side, we are not talking about us, your side. He couldn't assure even the majority of constructive engagement for the purposes of governance. Many are desperate. You see them, they don't know where they are going. Are you going to be on a board? I don't know. Are you going to be a deputy minister? I don't know. Mr. Speaker, how should the MPs go and account to their people? Mr. Speaker, this government offers no hope to its own members. If a member of parliament who is part of a 24-hour economy does not know when resources will come for the constituents, what about the ordinary member of the community? What about the foot soldier? This is the state of hopelessness. Ghana for Atuabe Nuomuho. Mr. Speaker, I can only assure Ghanaians that truly, for all we did in terms of social intervention programs, for which they can attest to, they should be assured that 28 is not far away from today. The ravening clouds shall not long be victorious. They shall not long possess the skies. A day of hope is on its way. And a better government, a government that understood their plight, will come again and to resolve their challenges. Mr. Speaker, without more arrest.
It's now the turn of Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, hope is returning to Ghana. This afternoon, I came across a newspaper, a social media post. What did I read? Professor Stephen Adai, who I recall was very critical of John Dramani Mahama. Today he says that less than 100 days in office, he is the best president since Nkrumah's time. So hope is coming. Ghana is being reset again. The people can see that a good leader is on board and that he will manage and steer the ship of the affairs of state very well. Mr. Speaker, I sat through and listened to my colleagues opposite, and I heard just two things. That the address of the president just constitutes a book of lamentations. And the second thing that I heard them say is that we should compare the figures of 2016 and 2024. In essence, those are the two things that I heard. The day the president delivered the message, I said something I'm sure many people missed it. I said, and I want to repeat, that when you leave your kraal in the care of the hyena and you travel and you come back, don't be surprised if all the carcasses are missing. And when that happens, you have nothing to do but to lament. NDC handed over Ghana to the NPP for 8 years. 8 years down the line, when we came back, what did we see? A country broken on all fronts. A country broken on all fronts. Mr. Speaker, the president gave us the statistics. But even before the president came here and gave us the statistics, these statistics were known to ordinary Ghanaians before the elections. And my friends opposite have forgotten that they were warned about these statistics and the implications of these statistics on their electoral fortunes before elections. So let me repeat what the Afrobarometer report before election said about your government. 77% of Ghanaians said that corruption had increased significantly in 2024. This was Afrobarometer, not John Mahama saying. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, analysts put it that we were losing close to $3 billion to corruption, even though we had gone to the IMF for a bailout that was equally $3 billion. So all we needed was not to go to the IMF, but to fix corruption. And that is what Ghanaians voted for in December 2024. Mr. Speaker, even before elections, 71.7% of Ghanaians believe that the president and his officials were corrupt in 2024. This is not John Mahama speaking. It is in the Afrobarometer's report in 2024. 87% of Ghanaians thought the country was headed in the wrong direction in 2024. Was it John Mahama speaking? This was ordinary Ghanaians speaking. And they said at that time that they were also against the e-levy. In 2017, Afrobarometer revealed that only 20% of Ghanaians considered emigrating from Ghana. However, in 2024, 44% of Ghanaians considered leaving Ghana. We were all in this country and we witnessed long queues. If you drove around any embassy in Ghana, you saw long queues of young Ghanaians, highly talented and educated, who were doing everything they could to leave the country. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, 68.6% of Ghanaians rated the country's economic condition as very, very bad. 50% of Ghanaians were unemployed despite actively searching for work. This was as far back as 2022, and it worsened in 2024. And indeed, 48 Ghanaians were beginning to doubt democracy. They believed that democracy was not working for them. So, Speaker, these are the statistics even before John Dramani Mahama came here to brief us on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, let's get to the economy. In 2016, when John Dramani Mahama was leaving office, $1 was to 4 Ghana cedis. 2024, $1 to 15 Ghana cedis. Some days it even went beyond that. And the cedi had depreciated by over 250%. Mr. Speaker, these are the statistics. Why would President John Dramani Mahama not lament? If you go and read biblical history and understand what the book of Lamentations is, you will understand the need to lament. The book of Lamentation is a collection of poems lamenting over the destruction of Jerusalem. That is what the book of Lamentation is. So when John Dramani Mahama hands over the country to you, and in 8 years he comes and sees a near total collapse of the Ghanaian state, definitely he has a right to lament. And we will lament. We will lament because the city has collapsed. We will lament because the cocoa sector has collapsed. We will lament because STC, all those state institutions have collapsed. We will lament because the banking sector has collapsed. We will lament because almost every institution, ECG, has collapsed. Every single state institution is registering a negative growth. Every state institution is highly indebted. When you meet a country in such a condition, why won't you lament? Will it not be right to lament? Mr. Speaker, so there is every basis for us to lament. Mr. Speaker, I heard colleagues opposite talk about the size of government. Let's get back to the statistics. Mr. Speaker, at one point, the MPP government had over 125 ministers. Indeed, 126. And it came down to 86. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about presidential staffers. I recall the reports that came to this House of presidential staffers. In 2021, the presidential staffers were 934. The report came to this House. 934. So far, President John Dramani Mahama has appointed only 30 presidential staffers and advisors. 30 presidential staffers and advisors. Mr. Speaker, let's just go down memory lane and recall the budget allocations to Office of Government Machinery. In 2017, Office of Government Machinery took 1.5 billion Ghana cedis. In 2018, 1.4 billion Ghana cedis. In 2019, 2.8 billion Ghana cedis. In 2020, 2.9 billion Ghana cedis. In 2021, 2.2 billion Ghana cedis. In 2022, 2.7 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, last year, 2024, 1.8 billion Ghana cedis. That is your track record when it comes to appointments, to government expenditure on itself. That is how frightening the figures look. But John Dramani Mahama has assured Ghanaians that fiscal prudence is going to guide him. The resources of Ghanaians will be put to better use, and he has started demonstrating it. He has given us a lean government. He has given us a lean presidential staffers number. And just yesterday, he gave us a lean celebration of the independence anniversary. Mr. Speaker, let me say that the debate about the size of government is not simple political rhetoric. It is essential for us to debate it further, beyond the political class, because cutting the number of the political class will save cost. But it goes beyond that. We need to overhaul the entire civil service, the entire public service, the entire institutions of governance. There are many institutions that are just duplicating the functions of others, and the taxpayer is called upon to pay for that. We recruit many people that do nothing, and indeed we clog the public services and institutions with so many workers that when they struggle to find work to do, we just create additional layers of bureaucracy that make it impossible for the private sector to function. So the debate in terms of the size of government must be broader than just the question of how many ministers of state do we have and how many presidential staffers do we have. It must go beyond that to the issue of decentralization. In the age of communication technology revolutions and improvements in transportation infrastructure, we must rethink how we decentralize. We must rethink what services the government should render and what services are better left for the private sector to render. In education, in health, even in services that are considered as normal governmental services, in many jurisdictions, the private sector is taking up these services, rendering them at cheaper cost and being more efficient in delivering those services. These are the things that John Dramani Mahama is asking us to rethink. And this is the new direction that he is leading this country into. And that was why he said that the Agenda 111, we could have used the 400 million United States dollars to at least deliver 22 functioning hospitals. But all is not lost. The rest of the hospitals, instead of waiting for government to find 1.7 billion United States dollars to complete and furnish them, we are going to consider inviting the private sector to take some of them and complete them. We are going to consider franchising to the private sector or civil society organizations or faith-based organizations. Our faith-based organizations have displayed competence in the area of delivering health services. How about they taking many of these hospitals? Even in education, I was a deputy minister for education, and I saw how even in rural areas, in poor communities, you find poor parents sacrificing to send their children to the private primary school in the community and leave the free government primary school in the community because they wanted their children to be given a very good start. So parents are already voting with their feet, opting for private services rather than state services. And so this country must engage in a dispassionate debate about how we can balance what services should be rendered by government and what services should be rendered by the private sector. And John Dramani Mahama has promised to lead the way. Mr. Speaker, the President has lamented over the state of infrastructure. We have a $37 billion infrastructure deficit per annum. If this country is going to catch up with its competitors and do well and create jobs, we need to fill that gap. And that is why I say President John Dramani Mahama brings hope, because he has promised a big push in infrastructure by committing to invest $10 billion in infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, that kind of investment will transform our infrastructure and make our nation competitive. We are facing major challenges in the energy sector. Every single morning in this chamber, there is a lineup of MPs asking the Minister for Roads for roads. A lineup of MPs asking the Minister for Works and Housing about infrastructure in their constituencies, requesting for water systems in their constituencies. All these are infrastructure gaps that must be filled. And this president has promised to give the sector a big push. Mr. Speaker, the speech was not just about lamentations. The speech outlined a bold, ambitious program to transform this country. In the agricultural sector, where we import over $2 billion of food annually, in a country that is well endowed with arable land of all different vegetations, in a country that has a significant endowment of water and water bodies, in a country where when you even mistakenly drop a grain and come back in a month's time, the grain itself will germinate without any effort. In this country, we manage on an annual basis to import food over $2 billion United States dollars. And yet, I ask, where did all the money for planting for food and jobs go? Where did all the money for free fertilizer go? And today, we are still importing over $2 billion of food into our country. In a country with significant youth unemployment, ready and willing to till the lands and save the $2 billion and distribute it among themselves. Farmers ready and willing to till the soil and save us from the imports of $2 billion and share that money among themselves. And yet, in this country, we import $2 billion worth of food. So President Mahama did not just lament, but he presented to this House a bold initiative, an agriculture for economic transformation agenda, which is going to transform the agricultural sector, create jobs for the youth, produce our own food, cut down on imports, save us from foreign exchange demands that will depreciate the cedi and then increase the rate of the dollar. So it was not just lamentations. Mr. Speaker, you may call it Akoko Nkitikiti, you may call it whatever. But Ghana, with all its potentials, still employs hundreds of millions of dollars worth of poultry into our country. And we have not yet been able to fix that. And he says he will fix it using the grassroots approach, where families are going to be encouraged to get involved in the production of poultry. How is that lamentation? And the youth, the AgriNext program, will give 30,000 youth an opportunity to get involved in agriculture. We will make agriculture fashionable. We will support them, and we will give them jobs. Many leave this country and go to Europe only to end up on farms. Many leave this country and go to America only to end up on farms. That is why we are going to make agriculture attractive, exciting, and, excuse me, sexy, so that young people can participate. And to do this, there's going to be a massive investment in irrigation, and the president also promised farmer service centers in every agricultural district. He gave us a program to unlock Ghana's blue economy, subsidize premixed fuel supply, stop illegal fishing in our waters, and support Ghanaians to fish and construct the infrastructure for fishermen. Mr. Speaker, this is what His Excellency the President presented to us. It wasn't just lamentations. It was an account of how bad our country has become. And then his program for lifting us from where we are and sending us to the promised land. And I believe he will go there. And Professor Stephen Adai has already seen it. He has already proclaimed that the Savior, the Redeemer, the Messiah has come back. And that Ghana will work again. That he will reset Ghana. He will rescue the city. He will arrest the dollar. Unlike those who attempted to arrest the dollar, we couldn't find the dollar. Mr. Speaker, the President gave us a clear program in the transportation and infrastructure sector, where he made commitments to invest in the railway. And he committed to legalize Okada. Mr. Speaker, I am told that the Minister for Transport went to Rwanda to study the workings of Okada. When he arrives, over 300 Okada riders were waiting to receive him at the Kotoka International Airport. Because the Redeemer has come, John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, more importantly, Mr. Speaker,
honourable members, let's have some order.
More importantly,
honourable members, order. Honourable members, order.
Mr. Speaker, more importantly, where it matters most is a change in our leadership paradigm. That is where it matters most. This country's problem is leadership. Leadership. And that is where President John Dramani Mahama has promised a major paradigm shift. A government that will be inclusive. A government that will promote dialogue. A government that will promote consensus building. Mr. Speaker, even before the budget is brought to this House, he has subjected the national economy to some national dialogue so that consensus can be built around the things that we need to do to transform this country and to do it together. And that is why, even before the budget came here, he calls a national economic dialogue. And the dialogue issued a communique. And in that communique, there is a clear direction that we should take as a country. I use this opportunity and this platform to urge our friends opposite not to boycott such dialogues, but to participate. Because you will participate in paying taxes, and you will participate in benefiting from the taxes. So it is important to participate in the discussions around how this economy should be managed, how we can work together to pull ourselves out of the doldrums to which we find ourselves. Mr. Speaker, the major paradigm shift in governance is what is needed. And I believe that in the last 100 days, even people like Professor Adai Mensah, Stephen Adai has noticed a significant paradigm shift in governance in this country. No one was as critical of John Dramani Mahama as the professor. But in 100 days, he says that no one apart from Nkrumah surpasses the record and performance of John Dramani Mahama in the last 100 days. That is why I am confident that the promise the President made here in this House of a paradigm shift in governance in this country will be implemented. He will hold all his appointees accountable to high standards of good governance, of accountability, of respect for the public purse. Mr. Speaker, the burden then shifts to we who are here in Parliament. And I want to draw your attention to the communique that was issued after the National Economic Dialogue. In that communique, they singled out Parliament as the institution that must build its capacity to supervise the state-owned institutions. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that today the committees will be set up. Today, the committees will be set up. Mr. Speaker, all said and done, I want to conclude on this note that the countries that have been able to pull themselves out of the kind of crisis that we find ourselves have not just done that through fine national policies and programs. One key element that has been present in the rescuing of these nations has been the role of national mobilization. Mr. Speaker, where we find ourselves, we need a total national mobilization. We need to mobilize all available human resources. We need to mobilize all skills, all expertise, and every labor that is available. This is what we need to do. And we need to rally every financial resource to be able to develop our infrastructure, industrialize, and implement social programs that will make the lives of our people better. Mr. Speaker, we need to build consensus, and we need to invite the private sector and build public-private partnerships to be able to achieve that. And there are examples that we can look up to. South Korea mobilized themselves, and today they are an economic giant. Singapore, similarly, mobilized themselves, and today they are a giant economy. Even China, the great leap forward of China, was founded on national mobilization. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to build consensus, we need to work together, and we need to mobilize every resource to be able to pull ourselves out of the condition that we find our economy today. And I extend an invitation to our friends not to boycott the effort, not to run away from the effort, not to impede the effort. Mr. Speaker, I haven't covered all the areas. We haven't even looked at the environment and what happened to the environment. We haven't even discussed Galamsey. But Mr. Speaker, I call on colleagues on the other side to join us in the coming days when the budget is presented so that we can start resetting Ghana. I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that the message that His Excellency the President provided to Ghanaians adequately reflects exactly what the condition of Ghana is today. I am confident that given where we find ourselves, it is perfectly legitimate to lament.
Honourable members, the Speaker will take the chair. Honourable members, the Speaker, the Majority Leader, by the time given me, is left with 6 minutes to be 40 minutes.
You can leave. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, Majority Leader, you may
Mr.
continue.
Speaker, in closing, I want to commend His Excellency the President for coming to this House to give us an accurate reportage on the state of our country.
I read it.
Mr. Speaker, it is obvious from the statistics that indeed our country is broken in many fronts. Our country is suffering. Our institutions are collapsing. our finances are suffering. But there is hope. There is hope because John Dramani Mahama has returned to the Flagstaff House. And he will fix it. He promised us that he will fix it. He will reset the country. He will make it function again. We will prosper and we will share the prosperity equitably. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I put the question. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against the motion say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. I shall, in accordance with Standing Order 72(4), formally convey the decision of the House to His Excellency the President. And the decision of the House is to thank him for coming before us to deliver the state of the nation. We will proceed to one item we agreed upon to do, and that is look at the composition of our committees. But before I do that, I just received a communication from His Excellency the President, dated today, 7th March 2025, and it reads, Mr. Speaker, Minister responsible for national security. Pursuant to Section 24 of the Securities and Intelligence Act 2020, Act 1030, I convey to the House that I have assigned ministerial responsibility for national security to the Minister of the Interior, Honorable Mohammed Mubarak Muntaka. Accordingly, the Minister will oversee matters relating to national security in addition to his existing responsibilities, ensuring seamless coordination between the Interior Ministry and national security agencies. Please accept the assurances of my highest consideration. John Dramani Mahama. Honorable members, I think this matter has been outstanding for some time, so I believe we can go straight to item 19, that's 19, at page 6 of the order paper, which is the motion that this Honorable House adopt the second report. Is it the second report of the Committee of Selection? Is it the first report?
Yes, it is the first report.
It cannot be.
Okay.
We did the first, which was the first three committees: Business Committee, the Committee of Selection itself, and the Appointments Committee. So this is the second report, and I'm informed it's been laid already. That's why I said we should go straight to item 19, where the motion is to be moved. Sorry? It's not been laid. It's not been laid. My advisors are not the members. It's the clerk at table. Yes, Majority Leader, you can guide, but you don't advise.
Mr. Speaker, let's just lay it. Let's just lay it.
Because the clerk at table says it's not been laid. So, please, then we will take.
Second report of the Committee of Selection on the composition of other standing and select committees.
Honorable members, that is item 10B. Item 10B has accordingly been laid and is for distribution to all members of Parliament. In that case, we'll have to take item 18.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Item 18, who deals with the procedural motion. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take item 18, which is just a procedural motion that enables us to breach time. I so move.
Any seconder?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I duly second.
Motion moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Be a procedural motion, I put the question. Those in favor of suspension of standing orders, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. So move to item 19, which deals with the substantive motion. I chair the committee, and I have mandated and authorized the Majority Leader to move the motion for and on my behalf.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, authorization having been given, I move that this House adopts the second report of the Committee of Selection on the composition of standing and select committees. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion. And in seconding it, I have a very simple prayer to make to all my colleagues that in this chamber, no committee is better than the other. A committee is as better as you make it look so. I shall invite you to one instance of Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ablakwa assumed the chair of the Government Assurance Committee. Proud to that, Government Assurance Committee was seen generally as a Siberia committee with no work to be done. I was impressed as leader of government business the way Mr. Ablakwa took upon himself the responsibility of making that committee very active and attractive. No doubt that in this 9th Parliament, many people were even yearning for that committee. But I can even add a second, that many years ago, it took the industry of some great legislators to make the Public Account Committee a prominent committee, an active one and an attractive one. And now members would want to go to Public Accounts Committee. It's all because of how previous members made that committee very prominent. So, colleagues, I have been a first termer before. I've been a second termer. I've been a third termer. Perhaps in the third term I was in leadership. But I know, and I won't pretend about it, the anxiety with which members of parliament receive reports like this. Everybody is as anxious. Where was I placed? Then sometimes leadership would have to receive some bashing. Why did you put me here and you didn't put me there? But wherever you are placed, especially those of you who are going to be leaders on committees, ranking, deputy, chair, vice, sit together, look at your scope, and promise yourself that you will deliver. And I'm sure very soon people will be rushing for that committee. So, honorable colleagues, on seconding this is my piece of advice for all of us. Mr. Speaker, most humbly, I so second. Thank you.
Honorable members, any more contribution? It's a committee that is chaired by the Speaker. I chair the committee, and together with leadership, we go through to ensure that all shades of opinion are considered and factored into the composition of the committees. It's not an easy task. And that is why it took some time to get it together. Honorable members, focus on the committees, because we budget for each and every committee. And the budget is usually initially proposed by the technical and leadership of the committee. Because this is the first session and the leadership of the committee is now being appointed, to use the term in our standing orders, you might not have been part of the proposal of the budgets of your committees. But at the level of the board, where you are represented by your leaders, we take the work plan of each committee into consideration in deciding how much to allocate to the committee for the year. So next year, if you are really focused and showing some prospects, you may have your committee getting more allocation. But if what we allocate you this year, you are not even able to utilize that, you are likely to have a reduction, because it shows the type of leadership and membership you have at the committee. The composition of the committees, as you know, is governed by the Constitution, and the nature and character of the functions and duties are similar. And so when I hear people talk about one committee being dry, another being wet, another being juicy, and another being bony, I just don't understand it. Because I served in most of those committees, and I didn't find any committee juicy or bony or rocky or dry or wet. No. You make the committee what it is. And so we have made the balances, because we have only 40, 41, or is it 40 and a half women members of parliament. And then we have our colleagues in the minority, yes, only 88. And you have the 183, and you also have the independent 4. You have to balance all this in composing the committees. And so there was serious challenge, but at the end of the day, we managed to do what we are presenting to you. So I just want to support the plea that the minority leader has made, that please accept it. In fact, I thought it was a referral to rather Honorable Emmanuel Bejra, who was the chair of the Assurances Committee, that transformed that committee, not that of Ablakwa. It was Emmanuel Bejra who transformed it, and it became, by your term or terminology, attractive. So you can do that at any committee. It's just that some committees oversee some ministries. But I can tell you it depends on who is the minister there. And you must learn how to work with your ministers at your committee level. But at our level, we'll do all we can to make sure that you have the necessary tools and resources to work. Well, we are talking about good governance now, and we are talking about resetting the country. And that reset is not at only one place. It's not at the executive. It must also happen in Parliament. So we're going to do a lot of changes to reset Parliament and to make sure that we hold the executive to do what they promised to do. Want value for money. And you are the people to oversee that. So please, this is a giant step forward as we anticipate the presentation of the budget on Tuesday, and we'll immediately after that refer to the various aspects to the committees, and you have to start working next week seriously. We don't have much time, because by 27th, 28th, the budget should have been passed by the House, so that we can go for the Easter recess. So please, members, get your loins ready and be prepared to put all you have now. That's why we did the orientation and the rest. I know you are well prepared for it, and I trust we'll do a good job. So with this, I thank all of you for accepting. And now, I put the question. Those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honorable members, yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I know the motion has been moved and then it's passed. But I know how sensitive it is for us to be requesting for the report before this exercise. Now that it's been moved and then adopted, can we have copies? Because if we had asked for copies, I know it will be difficult for leadership to provide. But now that it's gone, can we have the reports? Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable member, I'm sorry, I'm not aware that copies have not been distributed. Because I signed the report, and the clerk left me to make copies available to members. So I'm not aware members have not been given copies. But you should have raised it. If you had raised it, I wouldn't have put the question. You were a former leader. You know these things. So please,
Mr. Speaker,
honorable members, just a minute. Where is the clerk to the committee? Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think it will be resolved if we can take an adjournment.
Yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I assure my colleagues they will get their copies. They don't have any reason to be worried. Whatever we have here.
Truly, honorable members, to be frank with you, it's a surprise to me because the leaders, both leaders, were at the final meeting. The Honorable Minority Leader was personally present. The Honorable Majority Leader was present. There were a few members from the minority side because your chief whip had traveled. But the Honorable former Minister for Youth and Sports, Yusuf, I did ask him and he confirmed the authority in which he was there. Honorable Member, can you confirm this?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I can confirm that I had the blessings from my leadership that the committee meeting should be held, and what has been done is something that this side endorsed 100%.
Yes.
So the report, I've informed him. So thank you.
Yes. Yes. Any leader, just a minute. Let me listen to him. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, ordinarily I wouldn't have commented on this matter, but there is this kind of apprehension that they've not seen the report. We are not saying that there will be some kind of fishy deals anywhere, because if they have not seen it and tomorrow it's a different thing altogether, what happens? As for Mr. Speaker, he has done the right thing. We are demanding it from the leadership. You should let them bring us copy now. We are demanding it. We want copies before we leave here. We want copies. Even if it is one copy on this side, we will appreciate, we will accept it.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr.
Please.
Speaker, the honorable member is not suggesting that you are a fisherman. Because this is the Speaker's committee. And when we finished, all of us at the committee meeting, copies were taken away from us, including myself as leader and my colleague as a minority leader. And the only copy that was left was given to the Speaker to go and sign. to go and sign. So what I mean is that it is not possible for anybody. I'm saying that it's not possible for anybody to change it. So Speaker will have it published as part of our reports for the votes and proceedings of today's activities. That's how it is done. So none of us can change it. The Speaker is here. Every copy was taken away except his copy.
Honorable members, please. You see, we should not usually try to trivialize or joke with serious matters. Well, this matter is a very critical aspect of leadership. Trust. Very, very important. If you are a leader and your followers don't trust you, you will never achieve much. Very important. Because of that, we've taken time. In fact, we've been meeting. But any time after the meeting, I get some dissenting views and some concerns being expressed. So we kept on working with the leadership. And today, we had the final meeting, and both leaders were present. And we did extensive work there. So after that, the decision was for all the drafts to be taken away from all the members, except what was agreed, which was left with me and my clerk. And so I asked the clerk to go and compile it and bring, which he did. In fact, members did not even know there's a committee known as Winnowing Committee. We added that there as part of the standing orders. And so it was properly done. But my attention, if you had drawn my attention from the time the motion was moved, that copies had not yet been distributed, I would have waited for copies to be distributed for you to go through. If you have had concerns to express, it will have been received, and work on it, because the leaders need your trust to be able to lead you well and effectively well. So please, the copies I've just sent for copies to be brought, they will be given to you. As you go through them, if you have concerns, pass them on to the committee. As we go along, we can look at those concerns and please improve upon it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's always work in motion. We can do it. But that trust is very, very important. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the advice and to also say that our colleagues should take this advice seriously. We have full trust in our leadership, and we believe that what has been approved, nothing, absolutely nothing, will be changed from that document. So if you don't trust your leadership, please, that should be your concern. Don't speak as if we at this side will share that with you. We have so much trust in our leadership, and so nobody to suggest that there's somebody somewhere who can change something, or there's a system somewhere that can change something. This house is a very serious house, and so we shouldn't think about some of these issues. This house is a house of records, and so whatever that has taken place here will remain in the records forever. So learn from that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I actually now, I don't know what you are now debating. I can allow the conversation, but it's now not a debate because the question has been put and it's been adopted. But you want to converse, so I can allow that. let me listen to your leader first before I come to you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, my friend on the other side just intimated the issue of trust. We raised the issue of procedure and not trust. We have more than an overwhelming trust in our leadership. Please let me make that point. And so we will not come and raise issues of trust. We do not distrust anyone. What we seem to want to put across was the issue of procedure. And the moment the Right Honorable Chair indicated his acceptance of the matter, we are good to go. So please, let's make this point very clear. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this apprehension and indeed what looks like a tense moment here in this chamber is nothing but empathy from our side to some of our colleagues. On the other side, Mr. Speaker, because indeed when we see some of them as chairs of various committees, they will know they have lost the battle. They are no longer going to be deputy ministers. So, Mr. Speaker, we are doing this thing on your behalf. We want to be sure that those who are going to be made deputy ministers will emerge so. I can see Honorable Jasau and the rest of them. So, Mr. Speaker, we are doing this on their behalf. So please help us to help you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sit down.
Yes, Honorable Clement Apak.
Grateful, right, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe anyone on this side has courted the sympathies of our colleagues on the other side. Do you fear them? Having said so, Mr. Speaker, let me emphasize again that as a member of the selection committee, I have been a witness to the processes. And indeed, I made a recommendation that all the copies that were given to us should be returned to the clerk. And Mr. Speaker, knowing fully well the nature of the classroom, duly instructed the clerk to take every single draft copy. So there shouldn't be any fear that people who deserve to be on the committees for which they have been assigned would be there. So no fears. And please, we don't need your sympathies. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
The last person.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, because I think I brought this matter up. And Mr. Speaker, it's not about trust, to be honest. We sincerely trust Mr. Speaker because this is Mr. Speaker's committee. And we trust the leadership, both the majority and the minority leadership. We do trust them. But Mr. Speaker, the issue is that we are here and we've adopted a report. And if you live here and, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately they ask you which committee you belong to, and you yourself who adopted the report don't even know the committee you belong to, that would be unfair. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I requested for that report, so that at least by the time we leave here, members that are here, it's fair to know that you belong to this committee. It has nothing to do with trust issues. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for indulging me.
Thank you so much. Yes, actually, the procedure should have been followed properly. But as I said, the law will say that you sat on your rights. The time you should have raised the issue, you didn't. After we put the question and adopted the report, then you drew our attention that there was no report before you. So what were you voting for? So you acquiesced, but trying to bring back some suspicion and maybe some of you are not too sure whether you'll be put at where you want. Definitely, it's not that you get what you want. It's looking at the composition of the House and what we want to achieve in each committee. And so even though I didn't veto any of the proposals from the members, I thought that they did a good job, because they looked at, in spite of the paucity of the numbers of our women, they tried to make sure that every committee we had some women there. And we didn't want to overload them and deny the gentlemen. And so it is well crafted. But as we go along, maybe some more names will come for some new appointments. There may be some shifts, and then we can improve upon it. My luck is that many of these gentlemen were my students. They were all following me. I didn't know they were having different colors. But with their experience, they can tell you that some offices are better than ministerial offices. So I understand. I didn't experience that, but here I am as speaker. No, it's a reference, not attack. Honorable members, may we now move on to the last. I think the last item is for us to call it a day. Is that the case, leadership?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
In that sense, I proceed to put the question. Or you've done the 5 hours. If you've done the 5 hours, I proceed to adjourn. You've done the 5 hours.
That is so, Ms. Right. So
Honorable
we are in your
members.
hands, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I was just confirming that we've done the 5 hours, so we are in your hands. Thank you.
Honorable members, I proceed to adjourn the House to Tuesday at 10. Is it 10 or 9? Table, are we to come earlier than was the budget? 10. At 10 in the forenoon. Honorable members, the House is accordingly adjourned.